Hello and welcome, and here we are at the Olympic Park Casino for some large high-stakes cash game action for No Filter Poker Series getting kicked off with a bang here on Friday night in Tallinn. Cards are going to be underway very shortly, and we've got a bit of a lovely look around the table, lots of people having fun, lots of conversation, and lots of answers is what you want to see in a stream cash game.
Yes,
Button
and
straddle in
also
play for one. A little bit of politics and negotiation on the table, soon to be underway.
so good to be here, George. I'm Chris here, sitting inside of the casino, and now we can see the players as well. A wild bunch of cash game players, and I think they are playing 5-10 blinds, but also with a small blind jackpot. So each and every player puts €10 on the button when they're on the button, and if somebody wins from the small blind, they will collect the jackpot. So when they have been buying in the ranges from 1,500 up to 5K to start with, and I think they are enjoying themselves. So it's good to be here.
It looks like the drinks are flowing. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we like to see. So we've got this small blind jackpot. So it means that the small blind is actually incentivized to play some hands rather than usually fold, right? So that's kind of a nice little addition to the game. It makes things quite interesting because obviously in the small blind, you're going to be faced being out of position the entire hand every time. So that makes it a bit juicy.
Yes, I don't know if these players needs to be incentivized. I think they're going to be quite wild anyways. But let's just wait and see.
And bottom two for Munir there, getting things started with 9 deuce suited. It was difficult to follow the action pre-flop, but it already looks like the drinks have been flowing for quite some time, so we're coming in hot.
Oh, definitely. I think they have been sitting in the presidential suite having a little bit of a chat before the actual poker starts. So let's see where we're going. And Munir won the first pot, and he's also one of the founders of No Filter, and now he shows that he's good for the money as well.
And I saw that he's one of the highest ranked Swedish players in terms of money or cashes, right? In the GPI rankings, I think he was right up there.
Yes, yeah, he is right up there for the last couple of years. Great results. He came second in the main event, Kings of Tallinn, this February as well. So
That's right.
yeah, and also some cashes in some high stakes tournaments in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
There is a
so
bit
he
of a
was
mix
playing
of players.
25Ks.
Yes.
So it should certainly be fine for him around, and a bit of 5-10 for us. And we've got already 5 ways with the small blind with the added incentive of the bonus to play it though. It's going to fold.
Yeah.
Not much. Can we see what the jackpot is? So it's going to be on the button and it goes around?
Yes, exactly.
Is that
So
right?
it will not be huge because they're putting €10 each time. So, but we will see how much it can grow.
So a swing and a miss for
And there is
pretty much everyone. See what Marcus has got. He's in, I believe, seat 5, which is going to have some graphics issues just for the first 5 hands, and that's going to be fixed, I'm told, by the team.
Yeah, correct.
Regardless, Ali is going to have a stab at it on the button, just completely blind with the 10-7. Not really any equity or equity to speak of. Kind of playing his position, maybe sensing some weakness from the field, but when you're 5 ways here, you've got to be very selective with the bluffs, and yeah, 10 high without a backdoor flush draw, for example, it's pretty spicy.
Testing the waters, I would assume.
Yeah, it seems like that, right? There's always a little bit of the rule book goes out of the window sometimes early on in these cash game streams. You know, people. It's more about people are there. There's a lot of fun, and these kind of players become a little bit more commonplace. Where maybe if he was playing at 9 o'clock in the morning online, stone cold sober, he would never find this move, right?
No, and also they have just started, so I guess everybody wants to, win a hand, win a pot, get into the game, and gain some respect from the others.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of momentum and also kind of making their presence felt at the table. I think it's a mixture of the two, for sure.
And there is a mix of players at the tables. There's some Swedes, a couple of Finns, I think there is as well, and at least one Estonian guy. And what they will do here now in this cash game is that basically after 2 hours of gameplay,
Right.
if nobody goes out before that, then they will have a vote. And they will vote out one of the players who cannot continue to play the cash games because they are too boring or too good. Too tight.
Okay,
or too
so
good.
it's like a reality
they will have
TV
the
version of.
Yeah. They decided on this
Yeah, I mean,
just to
that's
get the
that's
game
a fun
going
dynamic.
and have some fun. Yeah.
I like the sound of that. So if someone is a super pro, they're out. Someone is a super nit, maybe they're out. So you got to make sure that one, you don't play too well, but don't play too tight. So a fun to have to consider, right? So Ali with the ace jack to raise in a 3-bet. It's going to go with the cold call. Not conventionally going to have this type of hand in a cold call, but in these kind of loose, splashy games, ace jack is doing really well in these kind of situations because people are just getting all sorts of stuff. It's going to have a lot of suited aces, a lot of queen jack, king jack in there, so I can see why he's getting involved. He's going to have position on both players as well, but certainly, usually it would be deemed as a bit too loose with the cash game rake. Having said that, we do get an interesting board. 9-7-5, two-tone. Those boards where with positions in a 3-bet pot, it's not going to hit either player that hard. Was firing through a C-bet. Quite a large sizing. I think it was 210 into 450, and gets the job done.
And also maybe can give a little bit of a background on No Filter Poker series as well. Basically, this is an initiative from some Swedish players that want to play legal poker. And in Sweden, the casino, the state-owned monopoly casino closed its last casino back in April this year. So they decided instantly that, hey, come on, let's set up something fun in Tallinn. This is the closest spot to Sweden, to play legal poker. Of course, you can do it in Denmark as well, but was a chosen spot for this event. So great fun to host these guys and lots of good poker players here. There's also a tournament running simultaneously right now, a 1K no limit hold'em tournament. I think we have something like
Yeah, how are the numbers for that going so far?
no, it's like 66 entries so far, but they can buy in all night today and also the 2 first levels tomorrow. So, I would expect maybe 100, 120 entries into that tournament as well. So, great fun.
Yeah, not too bad.
And the locals found their way
not
here.
Not too bad at this time of the year.
No, exactly. Now it's all school ends and stuff like that. So, and the weather is nice, but quite a few locals found their way here, and also, of course, the Finns taking the boat over from Helsinki.
Naturally. Naturally, every time you go to Tallinn, you're going to see at least 2 or 3 Finns around your table, and if you don't, then you're doing pretty well. There's some big action there. The Ace-Jack going all in for quite a sizable amount of big blinds, but rifling it through.
That's what I'm saying. It could be good cards, it could be bad cards. I don't know.
But why do you raise a 3 then? Like, what would you raise? 3 of diamonds, was it?
Now the tournament director Teresa Nusiainen informs Özkan Erdogan on that, okay, this stage, be a little bit careful, you only have 1 meter behind you, so don't get too excited and fall backwards.
Yeah, we wouldn't want some kind of PR disaster, that's for sure. So Ace-10 just folding. This is under the gun. Maybe going to be voted out for the overly tight play. That's someone to watch.
Should there always be driving action every time? Well, it's not the first time in my life.
Looks like Monir races with the 9s.
Yeah, big raise as well. 250 over a 25 and a call. So 10x, and Marcus is interested here, flicking in 240, and all of a sudden we got 530 in the middle, 1.8k behind, so just over 3 stack to pot ratio. Jack high board, fully rainbow, should be a board that you'll see a continuation on bet the majority of the time.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, Monir, I think Monir should be in quite good shape here with the 9s. But,
Yeah. It's Marcus leading for 500. Yeah. That's kind of enough to see. It lessens the amount of jacks in your opponent's range. It's still going to be very uncomfortable if Marcus goes all in here for 1.3 into 1.5. But the jack is a card that I don't think you're supposed to shove on this card. It doesn't really achieve anything. Let's say, what's he representing on the flop? A jack X, an overpair. Instantly, Munir is...
I don't think... Yeah.
If you have it, you have it. So if you have it, you have it. It doesn't matter. If you have it, you have it. It's not like I give a shit even though this is mathematically correct. I won once. If you can tell me you have a read...
This is quite a performance, isn't it?
You run twice in your life, neither can I. Once.
One time
So,
only.
running it once? And it's a jack on the river.
Well, I guess the 9 should be good decent now.
Surely, right? Yeah, and he mucks it, so maybe a diamond draw, ace king. We will never know.
But maybe a pair of 67s or something like that as well.
Yeah, that's possible too, looking for some protection.
Yeah, but also I think these guys, Marcus and Monir, they have been playing cash games against each other before, so I also think there's a little bit of a legacy here.
Yeah, I sensed a bit of a rivalry that was good. It was quite heated there when Munir was saying he's only once, and he threw the money in before he got called, and he'd also shown that he had nines. So he's essentially free rolling his opponent on the extra, 800 or whatever it was that was behind. So kind of an interesting strategy, very much a power play in terms
For
of
sure.
the table presence.
We could also see the
But it's nice to see
producer
some
of this
personality
event,
around the
Edgar.
table. What's that, Edgar?
Edgar, yeah, the TV, the producer. He also just got married, so I gave him a big hug.
Nice.
Good for
Yeah, he's a
him.
good chap.
He
Does a
showed
great
me the
job.
shiny ring.
Beautiful. Was that in Tallinn?
Oh, I think it was at a castle outside of Tallinn, so it was not in Tallinn, unfortunately. And there is really a chatty table, right?
Yeah, I was just saying that the personality is nice to see, because maybe when we continue with the main event tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit more of a stoic and kind of a little bit more cagey and reserved. But it's nice to see the chatter around the table and the kind of lighter tone.
I think Marcus is waiting for more chips now. I got it.
Yeah, should be the first of many reloads. The way that the game is playing so far, wouldn't be surprised to be seeing some maybe 5-figure pots in this kind of lineup.
Oh yeah, for sure. It will be quite a lot of chips at the table. They can reload minimum 1k, but also they can reload up to half of the biggest stack at the table. So if you have a stack of
Okay.
10k at the table, then you can buy in for 5k.
Yeah, and that's going to mean that some of these deeper pockets are going to create a lot of action, and in many ways, that's a strategy that people use to their advantage, because they understand that some of the players around the table are not going to be as comfortable with the bigger pots as they might be. So it certainly adds an interesting dynamic in these kind of cash games. The players that have got the deeper pockets can put a lot of pressure on the guys like shot taking, or maybe a little bit less accustomed to playing 10k pots and things like that.
Marcus 4-bet to 500, and Ali is Munir 3-bet 125. Marcus again going up against Munir.
Yeah, this is insane action. So Munir now with 6-4 offsuit. He is going to show some restraint, and Marcus got a little bit back from the last hand there, a little bit of reg back.
Exactly.
Showing some heart with the Queen Jack.
No, for sure, these players, they don't want to get pushed around by Munir or anyone at this table, so they will for sure fight back.
Yeah, they're not sitting around waiting, that's for sure. We've seen so many loose 3-bets and even 4-bets already, and certainly setting ourselves up for an entertaining night.
Yeah, and we are streaming this cash game until midnight local time, so a few hours of action here from Park Casino in Tallinn. And this is also a little bit of a warm-up, like the big event, the World Series of Poker Circuit event, will come to Tallinn again this July, so starting 25th of July, and been running for 10 days. So it's going to be a lot of poker action here in Tallinn this summer.
Beautiful. Looking forward to it.
have really a family pot now.
And who's got the best of it then? So King Queen looks
Ali.
good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
so
a five-way
Oscar
pot.
Erdogan have Queen Jack.
Queen versus Yeah, Queen Jack, and then the nines in there, kind of in no man's land. 2 overcards, 5 ways. Probably just
And-
kind of got to get
And
out of the way,
Jonas the
really.
Finn has pair of 8. So everybody have something.
Yeah, the 4 deuce, the only guy with swing and a miss, but it's hard to hit much with 4 deuce. In fairness, to the river is the 6 of diamonds, completing some backdoor straights. Ali versus Erdogan. I don't think. Oh, he's gonna bet.
Özkan Erdogan bets out, right? Yeah.
Wow. Is he turning his hand into a... I'm really not sure what's going on here. So he's
Betting
potting
320 into
the-
3-10 pot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Ali is,
quite the play. I think maybe he thinks that his opponent has a weak ace, and he's going to try and maneuver him off. But I mean, this is
Yeah, a call. A nice try though. Not too bad
nice
of a
try.
play actually.
Wow, what a lot of heart. A lot of heart there. It doesn't work for some reason. Ali just not believing him. I thought hands like 10-9 and some ace-6 maybe could be credible. Maybe a 7-6 of hearts, but hey, not today.
Yeah, and also I guess if he thought that Özkan Erdogan had an ace, he should have been betting on the turn as well, right? So yeah, good call.
Yeah,
somebody.
potentially.
Har du vunnit den?
It's always tricky when you're pot betting the river. It's not so a bluff.
Jag var borta 2 handlar kanske. Vem har knapp?
Yeah, the polarized strategy, but this time for Erdogan, I'm still not sure whether he thought he was value betting or not, which is kind of interesting. I think he has to think that he's bluffing there for this sizing, but you never know, and that's
Yeah.
what makes some people really tough to play against. Super unpredictable.
Couple of pairs out there.
Yeah, Marcus in there with the King 5 suited 3-bet. It's just customary for this table so far. A lot of aggression.
Yeah, but they were suited, right?
They were suited, and he's got 1 high card and 1 low card, so he basically can't miss. He's got to have something.
Exactly.
And here we go. You got an overcard, you got a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. The world's your oyster, really.
Yeah. But you're up against a set,
But-
right?
Yeah, that's going to
problem.
be quite tricky to navigate. Jonas with the middle set and the backdoor flush draw. It's almost too much. And Erdogan has got a pair of 3s. We saw him quite sticky with that Queen Jack multi-way in the last hand. Is he going to try and farm a king or a 3?
He looks interested, but he should definitely stay away from this pot, less than 1%.
Yeah, he really should. He's going to need running 3s for quads or running kings, I think. Is it? Oh wow, he has called. That's insane action, calling with the bottom pair their way, and now Marcus, who was taking a swing at it pre-flop, decides to rein it in. Just don't want to see a king or a 3 for Erdogan's sake here. Because that would be a disaster.
Yeah, maybe a diamond then. You can get out.
Yeah, diamond is a safe card for him to get away, but so long as it's not the king of diamonds. Let's see what the turn brings. Okay, the ace of diamonds,
that
interesting
should
card.
cool him down a little bit.
He really can't think he's got much chance with the king 3 now. He beats 10-9, jack 9, and these types of missed straight draws, but yeah, Eunice just wanting to deny some equity to one diamond kind of holdings. If his opponent has a hand like jack 9 with one diamond, all of a sudden it's still got a chunk of equity. We can't really chance checking back.
Now we have passed 70 players in the main event on level 7 today. So they are playing, I think they are playing 12 levels today, and still late edge open for the first 2 levels tomorrow as well. So 12 o'clock day 2 in this main event starts, and late edge ends at 1:30.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
What's the vision of the no filter brand? Is that going to be something that's going to be moving a lot around Europe, or is that going to be more northern?
I don't know really. This is kind of a test balloon for this event, and hopefully we will get them back here to Tallinn or to Vilnius or Riga later this year, because it's basically quite a lot of Swedes wanting to travel, right? But I don't know. Maybe they will do something, in Prague or whatever as well. So everything is possible with these guys. Here we have Ace Queen versus Ace Jack.
More than enough for a bit of action. We've seen it with suddenly far weaker hands in pre-flop confrontations. Again, a swing and a miss, though. It's going to need to see some aggression from the Ace Jack if he's got any chance of picking this one up, but not really the type of hand that you typically want to be firing here. Ali's going to go for a delayed bet with the ace queen, just looking to deny some equity. You can get called by some straight draws, flush draws, worse ace x.
I would guess that both players thinks or believes the ace is good.
Someone's going to have to believe, and the deuce of hearts rolls off. And Ali now, 1k remaining. Looks like he wants to... I think this is a value bet. I'm really not sure, but I think he's trying to get called by worse ace x, but he must think that there's no chance of
I
getting
think it is. No, I think he will also get a call here, because I think both players are quite confident. Yeah.
Wow. I'm not sure from the body language afterwards that he was actually value betting, to be honest.
And he also, I think he won the jackpot from the small blind.
Shocked.
I think he also had a small blind, so I think that's also one of the reasons that he got a call as well, right? 425.
That's true.
To win the jackpot with 50 or 70 euros.
Yeah, for the little bonus, but I think he looked a bit sheepish when he got called there, and then was like, "Oh, I win." Just pretend that I thought that I was value betting type thing, Just that little flicker of emotion I saw. It was like, "What? I got called by worse? Nice." Yeah, but the dynamics in these types of cash games are always really fun, and that's why, for Hold'em, which is not a boring game by any means, especially in tournaments, but sometimes in cash with the modern day and the kind of elevated from what we saw 10 years ago, it can get a bit stale. So just to add these kind of small little games or rules, just spices it up a little bit, which is good for us as the viewer, right?
Definitely. But I also think they have cherry-picked a little bit, players that can actually attend this cash game. So they want some action players that want to see some action.
Yeah, it's definitely a good mix. That's for sure. You don't want 9 complete maniacs because then every pod is just basically a blind all in. But I think we've got a good mix of some more conservative players, some players that are kind of in the middle but have that gear in them for a crazy bluff, and then also some slightly tighter guys that are going to sit there and kind of wait and adjust to what they're seeing.
Yeah, and we will get other players coming in later into the game, so there will be a little bit of a switcheroo amongst players later on, I think, as well. Especially since one of them, for sure, will have to leave voted out of the game from the others. So that's going to be very interesting.
Like
so that will happen after 2 hours.
Big Brother style.
Exactly.
Right, so Ibrahim with the 5-bet and Tuco with King Jack suited is kind of in a bit of a annoying situation where we've got a great hand, but we're facing a range that is probably mostly aces and kings with a bit of ace-king suited.
Yeah, and also the
Ibrahim has
problem
not
that
been
he
as-
doesn't have too much behind. He doesn't have too much
He
behind.
doesn't have much behind. That's the issue with this situation, right? It's 360 to call into 1,300, and you're thinking, well, I'm getting a great price. Oh, he shipped it in, hoping for the lunatic bluff, and didn't get it through.
I think they're running it
That's
twice.
Running it twice? Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I think so. I thought I saw 2 fingers. So. Oh, clubs.
Big advantage for the ace king until. Ouch. Well, there goes one board.
Yeah, that's painful.
And he hasn't even burned a jack either, so this could be a real sickener live on the jack now.
Oh, straight draw.
Yeah, open-ended, so an ace or a 9. Okay, fair enough.
That's fair.
So,
that's fair enough.
Yeah, order is restored, but after that flop, I would be very uncomfortable with the ace-king of hearts there, for sure.
Yeah. And all that tension, 15 euros plus for both. Changing dealer.
Yeah, I like this camera angle. It's feels like I'm watching the game from the rail.
Yeah, exactly. And we can also already see that Özkan, Erdogan and Monir, they have taken a break after 20 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, it's just too much for these guys, right? The brains are completely fried by now. The cards in the air, cards in the air. And are we taking breaks or are we playing straight through until 12 local time?
I don't know. I would assume that they will take some kind of. Actually, I don't know really. I can find out, but for sure there will be a mini break when they are doing the vote out after 2 hours.
Ah, yes, of course.
But, I will try to find out more if they are taking, like a coffee break or whatever. Now Monir is back in the game again.
skulle break this.
I don't know what's unlucky.
So was there a call in that? I didn't even see who called. Oh, it was Anton.
Yeah, that was a bit confusing, but nevertheless, we are heads up to the turn, I believe. King 6, Ibrahim. Anton with the mystery hand again.
If you say you hate the word, what's
Like King 6 isn't looking too hot versus the call from Anton. He's gonna have to fire another if he's going to get this one be up against some kind of 4 pocket 6s, something like that. Maybe a queen.
I didn't see Anton's hand, but for sure he won it.
Yeah, when he calls the turn, he's usually gonna have better than King High. You'd hope, right?
Yeah, you never know.
You do really never know, especially in this game. That's why I'm enjoying it. It's fun and frisky.
Yeah. Yeah, you might find some bluff equity on the river with any cards, right? So it's not about what
You
cards
never
you have
know,
yourself.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
about what
there's
the
a
opponent
chance.
has.
That's the thing in these games. You think, right? There's always a chance that someone is just going to show up with like completely like crazy hand that you shouldn't even be in there, right? That's where you can easily level yourself in these games into making huge calls, and you know you're going to get shown a good hand a lot of the time. That's just kind of the way the game works. But every now and then they're just going to have 5-3 for like no equity, no draw, nothing, just complete ego play. You got to be careful with these. With these live games like this, where the drinks are flowing and the conversation is kind of competitive, let's say. There's already a little bit of some choice words between the players. Fun way.
And now Monir has a small blind, and I'm quite sure that he wants to, he wants the jackpot. Oh,
he does. And he's already 3-bet with the 6-4 off, so Jack 4 would surely be some kind of advance on that.
Yeah, small blind raise.
Yeah, makes it 405
Massive.
with the Jack 4. Who's gonna come along here? Who's got the pizzazz? Marcus is pretty short. He's gonna gamble though. Wow. Okay.
Jack 7. Yeah, domination.
610.
Domination nation.
He gets it in. Yeah, exactly. He gets it in as such a massive favorite here with Jack 7 suited pre-flop. I guess they are gonna chop quite a lot.
Oh, 7. Why do you have a Jack? Oh, your name is Jack.
My name is Jack.
Oh my God, your name is Jack.
Jack has a Jack.
I'm a fucking idiot. You see, I'm an idiot.
How many runs?
55 times.
Yeah, we saw a 7 folded as well, the 7-6. Ooh,
Seven.
there is the 7. That's pretty much game over. Oh, backdoor gut shot to chop? No. So Munir, kind of, imagine with this kind of gameplay and style that the chips are going to be flying around the table, and he's going to have to take a few losses. It doesn't seem like he's that bothered with the €600 loss there.
No, but this is also kind of, like setting the tone for the game, and also to be assured that he will be called also when he has it.
Yeah, I mean, one hand like that, and you're not getting voted off, right? So there is a little bit of value in that, and there's also a bit of value in, let's say, setting the the tone and kind of advertising your style, so that maybe later on you can win a huge pot where someone gives you credit for a monster bluff.
After the first voting, then it's every. Ja, I know. Tack. Jag ska bara lägga 25. I'm still laughing in my head. I know what I should do. You know when your brain is saying something and you had to say something else, like you should FOD.
Okay, so Munir right in the thick of it, as you can imagine, and this is the sort of
That's me now. So I'm doing
this is probably the favorite to be involved in maybe all 5 of the biggest pots of the night. Because he's gonna get in there with any 2, and when a player like that hits and you've got a slightly inferior hand, it's very tough not to pay them off.
Yeah, but I think Anton for sure will join in. But he didn't. Yeah, he 3-betted to 200. Yeah.
I was wrong. Very wrong.
I was trying to
Yeah, and as you can imagine, no folding from Munir.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that because what you don't know.
And he does have a decent amount of equity, but not anymore. Queen high board, absolute gin for the ace queen.
Are you
Can be a bit uncomfortable out of position versus a player like this sometimes when you don't flop anything and they're floating you a lot and they're putting pressure on. You know, so the queen 9 deuce is definitely what Anton wanted to see here. And I think with a hand this strong versus a player like Munir, you can even start with a check as well. You can go for a very small size, something like 120, just to keep Munir in.
That was a plan. I was scared when I was born.
Yeah, 150 is fair.
Yeah, pretty sure you have
And he gets shown the goods.
ace queen, ace queen,
Ace queen, ace
ace
queen,
queen.
ace queen.
He showed ace queen.
And he was also winning the small blind jackpot.
But I got him.
That's very aggressive.
But you cannot have one.
Aha, yes.
Looks like
Which would
it
have
looks
been-
like this jackpot will never be big. Everybody's
Yeah.
protecting the small blind.
Yeah. I don't think people are too sensitive to how much is on there. All they want to do is win it. We're seeing this win at a staggeringly high rate so far, which usually wouldn't happen. So it's good fun. Yeah, 953, and a couple of players will be interested here, namely Ibrahim and Ali. Ali with top pair, Ibrahim with an open ender.
And Jack, or Marcus as it says here, might be also interested. 2 overcards. No.
You never know. Just get out. The 40, Ibrahim could have some ideas here of taking it upstairs, and he does raise.
Yeah.
Except 130 is not going to be folding, and raising would be a pretty wild play with 9-8.
Yeah, but the plan might be from Ibrahim's side to just see to that you can get a check on the turn to get the free card. We will see.
Yeah, that's possible. It's now quite a difficult sell with Ibrahim because 5-3, 9-3 suited. Many less hands of that ilk now, and so many bluffs, so many hands like 6-7, 6-8, 6-4, 4-deuce, ace-deuce, ace-4, flush draws,
And all the
back
flush
draws.
draws.
So, like his value is very, very thin here. He's saying he's got a hand like ace-9, or he's got a 3 that randomly check raised. Wow, a card.
Club and a 9, so good
Club
card for
and a
Ali.
9, exactly. Yeah, will Ibrahim fire off, hoping to get folds from missed nut flush draws?
I guess you have to try. This will fail, of
Yeah,
course.
he's gonna
But,
give it a shot. And 1, 2, 3. It's just a ticking countdown now until he goes all in. And it's
Yeah.
not nice when you've made
Game
the
has-
bluff and yeah, when you've gone for the bluff and you slowly start to realize that your opponent is certainly not folding and probably raising, and you're like, hey, bad timing. Yeah, it's.
I would most likely have done exactly the same as Ibrahim in his spot. Have to try. Of course.
I think you have to when you've arrived with 6-4, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets raised. This is the annoying part where you're just like, really? I ran into a 9. Brutal. But timing is a big thing in poker. Sometimes you just constantly running into it, and that's the way the game is. You gotta love the heart. That's what I think the good takeaway would be.
Small blind, big blind.
Erdogan is interested with his king 4.
Yeah, he's been in quite a few pots. Anton with the 3-bet. Marcus is going to cold call with 8-6 offsuit. The game we have here.
Yeah, the theme here is kind of, if you don't have it, represent something.
Just do what you can. Pretend that we have the nuts in every hand and make life as difficult as possible for us. That seems to be the go-to so far. It's fun to watch.
It is. Anton gets a little bit piece of it. Erdogan is trying to steal the pot. Might not work.
Yeah, really flying into the field with none of it. King 4. Which is the only problem with bluffing with a hand like this, is that there's really no good river for us.
No,
At
he's
least if we
drawing
had a
dead.
gut shot or completely dead. Wow, he goes
we
for
got
another
fold.
barrel and it worked. What a play. And what were we saying? People showing up with the complete wildcard bluff in spots. I mean, that's what happens in these games. And when you're snap folding the second pair, never expecting to be good, it's tricky.
Yeah. But it was well covered because he didn't have the small blind, right? Or did he? No?
I mean, maybe 10 euro.
Thank you. One you.
I'm pretty sure he was under the gun, actually.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's got a big blind now. So
Den gäller. Den gäller. Yani jag lämnade där 1000 lapp. Eller hur? Jag visste inte den ska, du vet, tjänstgöra. Jag lämnar här. Vadå? Naturska. Nej, jag vill inte ha den. Come and relax.
Tuco has been quite quiet. He's waiting.
Yeah, I think he might be the favorite to get voted off at this stage. There's no way that Marcus or Munir are getting voted, that's for sure.
Jonas picks up a hand again.
No.
He's just calling.
Yeah, sneaky, but they've got some action players behind. Maybe they're hoping for a big raise.
Yeah, Erdogan, this must be his best hand of today. A pocket pair.
Yeah, not conventionally a hand that we want to squeeze multi-way though, just inflating the pot when we're only going to flop a low percentage at the time. Queen Jack 6 is something for Yunus with 2 overs and the gut, and Ibrahim also with gut shot on the bottom end. Ace is a nice card for Jonas.
It's only 50 in the pot, so it's hard to get some equity out of this.
Yeah, tough to get called by much. There's a flush draw. Looks like Ali. Am I seeing this right? He's raised to 160. With 9-5. Wow, what a game! This is incredible.
Dolly Parton.
One of those games
Dolly
where
Parton.
Yeah. Work till 5. Tough way to make a living, though, when you're up against Ace King. That's not going to be going anywhere, especially in this dynamic. What we've seen so far, we're going to have to see bet just thousands to potentially get a fold here.
He's trying again.
But this is total sewer play, I think.
116? No, it's 216.
Yeah. 260, just hoping to get some folds from maybe, I don't know, because an ace now chops, you know.
Yeah. Flush draws,
Okay, aces
whatever.
And the queen kicker. Yeah, missed flush draws, you know, some kind of 10-9 or something. But yeah.
It's what's kind of wild to do
lot
this
of hearts.
when you have 50 euro in the pot to raise up to 160. You know, there's so little value to gain from it. But at least he tried. And that's what counts.
He tried, exactly. That's kind of a theme for the table so far. We're not seeing the sharpest bluffs, but we're seeing bluffs, and at least requires some courage, right?
Şempa. Manyak. I am the king lan ya. Zor aldı. Ya buraya. Ya Kanuni Sultan Süleyman manyak mısın sen? Kal. Şempa. Ya Krieger'e from beginning ya. Krieger'e from beginning. Till föt ya Krieger'e. Föt. Sedan des. Manyak mısın? Ingen kan döda manyak. Ne? Vay ne?
Happy hour.
Lütfen vay dedik. Straddle hele. Manyak diyor pozisyon straddle ha. Bravo boss. Aha, jag kan vinna den.
Du kan vinna den där.
Den är
Har du lagt på?
Right, Dogan, who's got the blind bounty to play for, can't be much more than 20 euros at this point, but
Kolla, kolla.
does have Queen 3 suited, and he looks like he's done, so could see him get involved.
Med topparna på bordet.
Ja, skiter jag i den. Du kungar femman. Du ska betala med ränta.
Gonna fold.
Han ska vara en ränta 10 gånger.
Oh, here we go.
Ja, du vet. Ja, den.
Tuco with pocket tens versus Ali's button open. Gotta be 3-betting this one. And quick
This
fold.
is the problem when you're being tight. This is a little bit of the problem when you've been playing tight. You don't
Yeah,
get
I
any
mean, they've
action.
only been playing for what, less, but still you get that feel from the rest of the table if you're adding action or if you're just getting bad cards. You know, that there's an energy that the other players can sense, and yeah, show hand, not bluffing, and that's going to get picked up on.
Jag blir alkoholist.
8 raise, 25.
Alkoholist. Så det jag blir alkoholist. Alkol knoppen amına koyayım. Fort dur. Ayıp. Ne? Allah vet. Ibland jag de tror att jag spelar teater. Jag gillar det. Du vet.
Back in the thick of
Maybe
it.
another
The
try
9
now.
to 5 working,
Han vet också. Han vet. Han vet inte.
and Tuco, is he going to squeeze? No, just
Jag tror inte han ens förstår vad
calling.
du säger, för han är ju finsk. Han pratar inte svenska. Ja, du kanske
Oğlum
pratar
jag pratar inte med någon man, jag pratar med mig själv. Tror du att jag pratar med dig? Ha. Jag pratar ingen. Va?
Oh, the 9-5 in hearts is in good shape now.
wow. What a flop. Anton with top pair as well, so he could get some action from the 9-5 here, which is going to be the favorite multi-way.
Yeah, gut shot and flush draw.
OlyBet. Casino Olympic. Multiway poker series. Ja. Där jag pratar. Ja.
Hitting the 9.
Yeah, the Lud also gives Anton a gut shot with his second pair, so should be seeing a turn and a river. Yep,
I don't buy
not really much of a choice here. Folding's too tight, raising is, I mean, an option, but a bit wild in this kind of dynamic. And calling seems to be the obvious play, and now Ali on the river with the queen. It's kind of a brick. You're not really expecting much queen X to be here, apart from queen X of hearts. So I think that is nice with the 9, just looking to target hands like the 7X.
It's hard for Anton to get away from this as well, right? So I guess
Yeah,
Anton
exactly.
will call this off.
There's a lot of hands like this: 8-7, 10-7, Ace-6. Some chops as well, but yeah, he does call, and he's going to get shown the bad news here. Ali going for a nice little bit of thin value there with the 9-5.
Oh, 2 pair.
Some table talk.
7 dudes never lose. Except for now.
Yeah, a bit of banter.
Jag vet inte, han kan påstå mig och känna mig tillstånd. You talked me into that one. I did. I didn't leave.
8 raise, 25.
Mr. Erdogan likes his suited cards.
Ränta.
Yeah, Mr. Erdogan, he likes just about anything, doesn't he? Which is always fun to play on. But he's got a bit of post-flop game as well. We saw him go for the wild there with King
with
5.
King 4, yeah. King 4, yeah.
King 4. Oh, yeah, that was it. I mean,
Wild bluff.
King 4, King 5. He basically had 2 napkins. They weren't even live cards at that point, just completely going for it.
Vad fan, det går segt där. En har tagit 30 000 och försvunnit. Nu är jag...
And Jack, Marcus 4-bet to 310 with 10-8.
Wow, well, we were.
I think all of them. I think you should just give him all your chips.
What's happening with Munir then? Has he got some kind of hosting needs as well, or meet and greet?
I have no idea. He's all over the place.
Yeah,
Ja, det är raceat 25.
having a good time. That's the main thing.
I don't know, maybe he's playing the main event simultaneously. I have no idea.
Vad säger du?
Oh, Jonas picks up a
Ah,
hand.
yeah, he could be.
Picks up a hand.
Svenne, ja.
Blind all in, back to the cash game. Blind all in.
Jag tänkte bara, vilka Svenne vänner har
Jonas with ace king again.
och visa upp bild? Is it time to pay?
Puts Toko in a pretty awkward situation with the sixes.
Yeah, very awkward. Do we want to play for all of it with the sixes? Not really, right? So just kind of being squeezed out of there in the sandwich, which is why this is such a nice move, not just with the value like ace king, but also as a bluff, because you know, there's a lot of hands in the middle there that will have to fold, and also how wide Marcus is playing, especially with this small blind dynamic as well. So great spot for a squeeze, and king plenty of hand, of course, for the situation, but
Yeah, and
really could have found
and
some
also
nice moves there.
the sizes of the stacks. Also the sizes of the stacks when you have 1.4 behind, and you know it's basically calling in that situation. He's playing for the full stack more or less. Maybe not, but you know, take advantage of that as well when you're squeezing.
What do you think, guys? Next
Yeah, precisely.
break should be like flip two pays for all or something. It's more simple. Just one pays, 280. What do you think? Like middle car or flop ace, deuce, 3, 4, etc. Something like that.
Han vill flippa för vem som ska betala
Hadi lan kasera ver. Hämta tärning, vi kastar tärning. Gel buraya. Om du vill tärning. Fram och bort. Manyak, ver poker. Tärning, bilir. Multiplay. Tärning. Finish ver kamikaze. Fram och bort. You play poker on
He didn't want so.
Oğlum,
Just pay.
I can play turning if you want to. Resto, gel. Inter like this. Gel buraya, niskara turning. Turning for English. Gel, kamikaze. Niskarna Allah kamikaze. Manyak ya Türk. Murat ya svenska. Ja, det är du. Ja. Bra, stad eller? 16.
Oh, bad news for
Erdogan and
King.
Tuko. Here we go. The battle once again.
I'm sure Marcus is interested as
Marcus.
well with the lows suited.
He absolutely loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Hit and run.
Classic memory.
So 4-4 deuce, not too bad for Marcus with the open ender and the backdoor flush draw. I'd love to see him raise now. That would be a real baller play. Because he's capable of having 4x in there, considering he's playing so wide, and you just get so many better hands to fold.
No, it's classic you. You always.
He does call,
It's just
and
yeah, he's
Erdogan's going to
calling.
come along as well with 2 of them.
Oh, and hits the
Wow,
king.
what a... That is Jin for Erdogan.
Wait. This is for the chips in the room. I'm not talking about chips. It's not the other chips. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to get wrong with anybody at the table. I'm so sorry for this, but sometimes, or most times, if you don't do it yourself, it's not good enough.
Deal out, please. We are back. Level 8. We're going to do 3 more levels.
Oh, Tuku is taking a stab at this one.
You are playing 3 more levels for today, and then that's going to be it.
It's a good bet actually. It's tricky for Marcus 350s because he's also kind of playing for his stack.
Yeah.
Oh, Erdogan goes all in.
Wow, on the raise. And now Marcus is kind of...
He's
in a
already
really
kind
tough
of more or less
scenario
committed.
now, 'cause he's- yeah, more or less
3K in the
committed
pot.
with 5 high. And that's not a great situation to be in.
Yeah, but if you call that 350, right? What can you do now, right? It's very tricky, but. It's also such a strong bet when he check raises like this. When Tuku leads out and Marcus is calling, then you should consider that maybe Erdogan have a very strong hand. But of course, he's been showing quite weak hands and bluffs. So yeah, he finds the fold.
Yeah, and Marcus paying the price there for playing too many hands and coming along and not taking the aggression. If he'd have just raised the flop, it would have gone fold, and he gets to realize his equity, and instead he calls. Then there's more money going in on the turn, and he doesn't even get to realize whether he'd have hit the 6 or the ace. So
Yeah.
I think the misstep there was just not taking the initiative himself when he had the opportunity to take it down. But hey ho, easier said than done, right?
And also, yeah, but also, stack size here when you have only 800 behind the 350.
Yeah.
It's not great, but of course, maybe it would have been better to just push all in yourself because you are already kind of committed into the pot as well. But
Make it 350 on the flop, and then you're really playing poker.
Okay, я showing Venta, я inte blind. Jag trodde jag var big blinds. Kolla. Jag trodde jag var big.
Floor, can we have a
I think I was big blind.
Let's go.
2 minuter.
Time. Let's go.
30 seconds. Jag ride. 1, 2, push. And still the time. Han ska fylla sig. Right. Yeah, time.
No, he means
Also time.
he wants his 30 seconds.
Also time. You're right.
I do not say
Time.
that. Okay, I take it back.
Yeah.
I take
What? You take
sorry.
it?
Yes.
Yeah, bravo. Easy. Relax, mister. What?
Dogan, he loves to play, but I'm not sure about 6-3 off. That would be pushing it just a touch.
Jack of hearts. Jack of hearts.
I can't find it.
I know it was Jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts, everybody.
No, no time. Right.
Anton, he knows.
You can think. I am die. No more time. That's a scope it. You can't break it. Yeah. That's a scope it. Mom, you can think. And then think on the other way before I die. And then we can open. And then go.
He's Jack Nicholson here.
We can.
Two actors talking to each other.
Logic because
The multi-way action, Ibrahim, Ali, and Anton. Ali closing.
This guy, Jack Nicholson.
I see him, yes. From the Cuckoo's Nest, yes, I saw it.
No queens in play, so it's going to be spots where it's whoever wants it the most is going to likely win it.
First in.
Yeah, first in, first out.
I would say you're correct. I would say
I will say correct. Say the name, Google.
Okay, and Anton takes it down there with his back doors. Nice play.
Kutuniye säger jag. Hepsi dönder. Stämmer det?
Jack Nixon, he's talking about his age.
Kutuniye bas säger jag.
I would guess the same.
Vem säger nej? Hadi bakalım.
It's plus
79.
minus
Okay. No, okay. How much?
It's not even
We
plus
saw
minus.
what?
Plus minus one
We
and a
can
half.
Google'a oğlum. We can Google'a. Diyor Google. You are inte telefon. Ta fram. Google'a. Hur gammal han är? Hadi lan passer atayım ben. Amına koyayım ya olayım. 80'liye manyak mısın sen? Jack, Nichols.
How do you say next?
Hadi, hur gammal han? Ya, kolla. Hasbel teater, İraniye. Hadi geç.
It's like
Geç bunlara, geç. Böyle.
that's the real, but it's dark.
I want
The main man's back.
how old he?
To go.
79.
Reasonable hands, but hasn't really been able to get much going here on the cash game stream.
Just one. Just one. What you say? Say. Just yes, 79.
Okay, so
And it's also squeezed in with Erdogan and Munir.
Jesus Christ.
I know how Google works.
Wow, what a game.
I don't have.
Tuco all in.
I don't.
Tuco's got the fives, right? There must be a lot of straddles and kind of extra dynamic going on here. All we can see is Erdogan having a bit of a part.
But
We do this. You're allowed to give tip, right? Here, you're allowed to give tip. That's a tip for you.
nee. Die Google, die slog it me wat.
I'm not gonna tip 100 and then I'm not gonna.
Nee. Die slog it me wat.
What's going on here? Marcus is...
Your guess is as good as mine, Chris.
Yeah.
Fucked up both of us.
Looks,
Tuco looks a little bit scared between those guys.
yeah, I'm not, I really have no clue what this discussion is.
I don't know if they know themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's kind of
it's better to sit
blind.
down and play.
Jack Nicholson, we're betting.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Once you've had a few drinks, you think that what you have to say is important, but often it's gibberish.
Him like I tip.
Never mind. Anyway, Munir now with the Queen Jack. And he's going to be taking it upstairs for sure.
In my ass, to be honest.
50.
Yeah, nice big solid raise to 50.
He died when he was 110 years old. No, he was not. He was 75.
No.
Marcus calling, only 650 behind now for Marcus, so let's see what happens on the flop.
That's why I don't gamble. Han är 88 år.
Ja, det stämmer, det stämmer. Det stämmer.
It's correct because I just told you.
Nej, det doesn't matter amına koyayım, det stämmer, I know it. Nej, jag vet. Jag vill ha det gjort.
King 9.
I'm just enjoying it. To be honest, I would actually like to see on TV myself poker as well.
Det stämmer
Do
inte.
we do pay TV?
Eskam vet allt. Hello.
Pay for hand, what do you call it?
Should be advantage Munir,
Well-
of course, with the player
Jag
bluff.
ska googla. Hadi. Alla har telefon, jag har inte telefon. Jag ska fråga någonting. Ingen kan svara. 1,000,000% jag är säker.
Okay,
Ni ska googla. Ni ska inte hitta heller. Vem som har hittat telefonen? Vem? 30 år sedan.
Okej, 30 år sedan och
30
13.
år sedan. Jag har sagt till mina kompisar. Oğlum. Du är Turkiet, jag är.
Diamonds? No diamonds up either?
either.
No diamonds. And it's another pot where no one's really got any
I know better.
kind of fiat strength. Be a case of who wants it the most. And
De ser du utanför varandra.
does Munir have any moves left in the arsenal? No, the Queen Jack. He just lets it go.
I don't know.
Ja, nu. Hadi, de kan se mig. Amına koyayım från himlen. Ja. Om 10 år, vad händer då? Jag vet.
I have to say, speaking English, do you speak any English?
I don't want to speak English. Amına koyayım. I want to talk Turkish like. Bana İngiliz. Sikler İngiliz. Ya İngiliz. Ya Türk.
Not really been any kind of big clashes yet in this game. A few big pots, of course, but no
Yeah.
real hands going up against each other.
We had the Ace Jack versus King Jack, but yeah, we haven't seen the blockbuster pot that you're maybe alluding to, you know, the sort of 5K plus, but we've seen a couple of 2, 3, 4K type scenarios, but no ego war yet. And I feel like it's coming, especially when the drinks are flowing. Very, very possible that that 10K barrier can be broken.
You know, like this. Give me one version of life you actually like. Maybe you should go to Asia. And you can be big in some country in Asia. But you're not big in Tallinn. Because you can be big in Japan or not.
Then, sen yemedin that. I am dead. I don't want to die like this. Yeah, but here, 3 bet. This one here, yeah, 3 bet. There, 3 bet.
How much is that?
Here, here, cost. Here, this, 3 bet. On 4 bet, yeah, all in. Yeah.
He said he doesn't know,
Listen,
but
listen.
we're doing big ones
Three bet.
on top. So everyone can see this.
And once again,
We are changing it.
Yeah, actually, the game is getting slower and slower.
yeah, that's sometimes the issue with the drinking, right? It's like it slows down not only the game but also everyone's brain.
Yeah.
I've been in some. Wow, he's all in for 4K. Well, this certainly isn't slow. So we no more moaning about the slow game, huh? This is fast and furious. And Ibrahim, the problem is with the threes is that you're almost always going to be flipping, and yeah,
So what
flipping
is
against
this?
8
This is
4.
motherfucking no filter. So there you go.
Yeah, I know. Listen. Yani, I, then,
Munir slams down his cards on the table as if to say, "I'm the daddy, and everybody else is merely
I am always there.
puppet in my world."
So I take this, right?
This one,
No, you were in a big
there,
You need all that for the total.
yeah, han är den där
I
leken.
did not win it.
Oj, där!
Maybe next time I win it.
I am all in.
So who will be voted out now then?
That's a good question.
What's your bet? One of the Finns?
It can't be a Dogan. It has to be one of the Finns. I think it has to be. Is it
Or
Joni?
Jonas? Tukka's been a little bit more. Tukka's been a little bit
Jonas.
more.
Jonas. I think it's going to be Jonas.
Yeah.
Let's
Your
see.
guess is as good as mine. But maybe they are voting out Özkan Erdogan because he's standing at the table all the time instead of sitting. I wouldn't think so.
No one's this out, that's for sure. Everybody's happy to play with him.
Yeah, for sure.
As he makes it 50 to go from under the gun with King Deuce of Diamonds, setting the tone.
Yeah, and he's in really bad shape versus Ali, King 9. And then you haven't seen his cards yet.
Passera. Let's go. Passera. Vänta, passera sätter jag. Push with a small blind man. If there was a movie about him, maybe my son would try to be an actor and become him.
Maybe we should have a shot clock in this game.
It is getting quite a while for Khan to play out, but we do have Munir giving so much action. I don't think anyone's going to be complaining. I mean, he's making Marcus look tight, and Marcus is playing really wild as well. So you could see the Anton's thinking about it. I mean, King Queen versus the way Munir's playing is I think, honestly.
Yeah, but he has
I think
two
I'd be all
persons
in here.
behind him as well.
Yeah, it's Marcus is pretty loose. He's opened, and then we're not worried about Ali really with the call. Too much.
Yeah.
As far as
But I think
go
maybe
for
Anton.
King Queen
I
offsuit
think
or-
anyway. Yeah, but he will wait, Anton. I think he will. No, he's going.
He's going to go for it. This is ballsy. I love this. I think this is great because King Queen is just a hand that dominates so many hands, right? Any Queen X, any King X that's not Ace King on, you have in rough shape. And I mean, even versus Ace Jack, he's doing pretty well, right? Not because two kings have been
Now we
folded,
see that
but
two kings are gone. Yeah.
yeah, that's the issue for him now, which is outside of his control.
Okay. Marcus wants a piece of the action as well.
I have the best hand. I have this.
I'm alive.
No, I have the best hand. Like for sure, guaranteed I have the best hand. It's like 100% sure.
How do you have ace jack?
Whatever happens, I know I have the best hand.
No, don't have a king.
Wait.
I don't want to see the king.
Okay, now we have the big pot here, right?
Deuce, right?
Yeah, this is
Six
has to
7K,
be
right?
6K, yeah.
Okay,
Diamond.
Oh,
Diamonds
diamonds.
and Marcus.
Yeah, of course.
jack,
And a jack
Diamond.
is
No,
no.
diamond. You can still win.
Okay, so a
Diamond,
jack
diamond,
only.
Diamond.
jack.
Diamond.
Diamond.
Oh, diamond. There we go.
Diamond.
And Ace Jack
That
is
was for
winning
the
the
side,
side
for the main pot. They have a big side pot.
Yeah. So Munir and Marcus both win a pretty decent pot, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marcus wins
Marcus
2K,
triples up.
Munir wins 850, and they both sort of hug each other as if to doing business with you.
I had King something offsuit.
Yeah, and Anton is
Yeah, it is what it is.
re-entering here.
I know shit for that.
Yeah, maybe lost a little bit of patience, but I still also like that play actually with King Queen.
Yeah,
I like
me
it,
too.
quite a lot. You know, like there's, as you said, there's so many hands that he can.
That he can dominate, and we just saw and before Munir was all in with 8-4 offsuit, right? So
He doesn't win this one.
you know, if he's that wide, and he might do something with a hand like aces or kings or queens, right? A lot of people, when they play like this maniac style, they will not do the same action with the actual premium hands. They will go like for a small raise. So I think that king queen, kind of taking into account that way, you're not expecting to be up against hands like aces, kings, queens, ace, king suited that much, because they might go for a smaller raise. is actually really well, and it's a brave play, and it's not one that many people take. But if you're playing in a game this good, I think you've got to be prepared to push thin advantages sometimes, and not just sit there waiting for the nuts.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to
There's
be
also
voted out,
always
right?
so much dead money in play. Sorry, say that
Yeah.
again.
No, and he doesn't want to be voted out, right? Anton.
Exactly. Well,
He will.
that's a big thing as well, right? If it gets him another 2 hours in the game and he gets 45% equity with a bit of dead money, not too bad.
No. Oh, we both like it.
Yep, for sure.
If we do bicicleta in practice, and there's no ticket, I'm not down bicicleta. So, kind of different because whatever we do now is gonna, it's gonna echo. It's gonna echo in eternity. So what? Thank you so much. Doing bullshit and not being on recording. Doing it and knowing that fuck you all. That's not easy.
So, George, I will leave you now for a couple of minutes. I will come back
Okie
and
dokie.
also with some information on break and so on. So, yeah. So I will be
Perfect.
back
No
soon
worries at
enough.
all.
Okay.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah, it's turn.
So it's 9-7-4, two-tone, and we go to a jack of clubs on the turn, which gives a couple of players a piece here. Marcus has got the open ender. He's going to come out firing with those fresh chips that he won, getting it in with King Deuce of Diamonds pre-flop, three ways, and finding a winner on the River Diamond.
He knows.
You know, I don't know.
His name is Jack, right?
Now I know.
And how will you know he's poor also? You're double right
And
side.
Anton has ace-8 with the 8 of clubs, so he's got a gut shot straight flush draw, 10 of clubs for the monster nuts, and as well as a gut shot, and of course an overcard as well. Oh, but look at this. The river 8 for Marcus, and when you're hot, you're hot. That's 2 out of 2 rivers, back-to-back pots that he's now hit. And it looks like he might be gearing up for another bet, you'd think here. Something in the region of, are we trying to get called by, I guess we could even go sort of pot to target a 10. Let's see. And Anton is not going to do anything silly. Was playing for the small blind equity as well. That I think there's about 150, something like that, on the button right now, which is the small blind bounty. So getting a slightly better price on the turn call. And just with the way that the game's played, considering the check jam on the river there might be a little bit chaotic. Just not expecting to get too many folds from the lineup from what we've seen. It's been very sort of yeah, people just haven't really folded. It's not the down game to try and get someone to fold a hand. It's lots of bluffing and lots of calling, which is good dynamic for sure.
Guys, just so everybody knows, Johan and Masood and my friend Tobias and obviously Sergey. There's a limousine outside.
Ace 4 and comes up trumps with trips.
It's all included on me. It's not a break back, like a back, push. No, it's not. It's, we want to make this Las Vegas of the Nordics, right? You want to do it? Yeah. So I'm fucking trying. So the leader is outside, Sergey. Anybody of these guys want to have it? They can have it. Whatever happens, don't reflect on something that happens because that's not happening. So, Father, am I behaving?
Yeah, he's behaving really good.
You want it? No, my father is behind you.
Vote is for him with 10-4, but Anton,
Actually, my brother.
a bit of action here. Can we see us? Looks like a small raise. Is that 200 or 300? Yeah, 200. So
This is actually my father. Yes.
pretty milky.
Come här så fattar. Kom upp här. Vad går det fattar nu? Ja. And Ollie, I'm a Finnish friend.
The idea is to just
And Jack, you know.
inflate the pot, get called by draws that may off the river, check back, and yeah, just own nuts basically. River. And a question of how much, and a question of what hands will my opponent bluff if I actually go for another check raise, go for the double check raise. Will I be able to get him to fire off a hand like Queen Jack potentially? And he does bet 500 and gets a snap fold from 8 high.
What I want to say.
No, your seat for 9 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that okay for everybody? Like in 9 minutes.
With your money. I don't have any money. With your money.
No, that's not okay. That's not.
9 minutes. You're not gonna die.
Is that accepted?
For 9 minutes, I play
Nine,
stack.
yeah. Is that okay? But I need to know. Yes, yes. Is it yes? The friends?
Yes.
Yeah, but I want to hear these guys because I know you guys are going to say yes. Is it okay?
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Not don't mind. Is it a yes or no?
It's okay, yes.
No, not okay. Is it a yes or no?
Your turn.
Yeah, but no, because it's his turn. Yes. So 9 minutes?
9 minutes, I gotta fuck it up.
Please, please. Yes.
Looks like we've got a super sub here. And 7-0.
I fold.
We're tag teaming in one of his friends. Asking the table if it's okay. I don't think anyone's got any issues with anything that Munir is up to with this kind of action he's been giving.
Färg kanske inte är bra på det.
And we 4 ways to the flop on the straddle, so 80 in the middle, blood change. 9-7 tone. Again, top pairs, kind of a familiar board. Feeling that 2 or 3 times already. Marcus with the top pair.
Professionale.
And gets it done.
Har du också färg?
Guys, 1 minute we have left. Okay, so raise your hand, and then it's 1 minute until 9 o'clock, right? And then we have the voting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can vote for you.
Is it a secret voting or?
No, it's... I don't know. Do you think... I promise you, it was not my idea.
Yeah.
No,
Han som ska lösa slag kommer att få in det på sidan. Ta det väl.
yeah, but maybe then...
So you joining us? They are going to be voting a player out. And I believe that's going to be in 1 minute. Munir with his kind of animated table presence just off camera right now. He's rounding up the troops.
Please don't show this on camera.
That's better.
Yeah, I wanted to play because he's playing. Yeah,
That's how it is, huh?
yeah.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
4 players. Tomorrow, check.
Okay, so again, multi-way action. Same list of suspects. Yunus has middle pair with backdoor flush draw. Ibrahim top pair. It's not going to be going anywhere. That thins out the rest of the driftwood. Seven of spades, interesting card, opening up a lot of opportunities here for us, who was well behind on the flop and now whipping with an inferior holding on the turn, just to show you how much equity he's got. It is an absolute boatload. 14 outs, 2 of them gone. 12 outs once. And he could turn this hand into a bluff, trying to target a hand like a weak jack. Would be a creative play with the 8. Also get potentially a better 8 to fold. However, check, river 2 pair. Let's go for a bet of 100. With a sharp fold on the 4-liner, 3 flush. Going to be difficult to have the best hand there versus a somewhat milky looking sizing. Going to be value a vast majority of the time.
So I'm back here, George, with you as well. I don't have any real information on breaks, but I think there's time now for the voting.
Aha, yes. So Munir was rounding up the troops for the vote. And I think he said that was going to be in 1 minute, about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. Everything takes time, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we're living in kind of quicksand time right now.
Det stämmer ju, jag din pappa amına koyayım. Nej, inte sån tur. Yani jag ser, den ordet, det är jättefarligt, det betyder att du lär med dig. Jag brukar använda det. Ja din pappa, det stämmer ju. Om jag hade... Ja din pappa. Om du är 38, ja din pappa. Det stämmer ju. Beklet, alltså det är din. Alltså, det är inte min son, men...
Or you're gonna get voted out.
Det är inte min son, men alltså, det är jag.
It looks like Jonas thinks that he will be voted out. He's
I mean, he's got to be one of the favorites. But good self-awareness, regardless of anything else.
Jag ska hämta honom. Inte dags. Det kommer. Han ska mogen. Jag ska lämna. Jag ska komma här, sitta softa. Och sen du ska möta honom.
And do we have the Dane Benjamin playing Monir's stack at the moment? I think so. Benjamin is coming in and playing Monir's stack, and which is totally fine.
Yeah, he did ask the table Munir, and no one had a problem, funnily enough, so... Spirit of the game.
Jag ser ingenting, ni bestämmer. Jag är inte sån ben, eller hur? Jag är inte sån. Du bestämmer vad du ska göra. Bestämmer ingenting. Ja, inte jag heller. Jag sitter...
And Ibrahim hit the 8s. So, problem now for Monir / Benjamin.
Yeah, big problem. He does get away though. That's also a problem with playing with someone else's money, is you don't want to do anything stupid. Actually,
exactly.
If an extra level to that is if you bluff playing someone else's stack, you're likely to get a lot of credit, but it's just something that humans don't tend to do. It's very difficult to you observe, oh, I've just bluffed off 5k of your money. Oh, cheers, mate. Not ideal, is it?
It's not. Yeah, maybe he would have played that ace king if he played with his own money. But in this situation, it would have been a very bad idea versus the
Yeah, he
tricks
can't
for
face
Ibrahim.
exactly the time that he is up against the troops. It's just a pure disaster. So, well, nice miss on this occasion, as that could have been costly if you'd have got sticky. We've seen some sticky ace high calls throughout the first couple of hours of the stream.
Yeah.
The three bet, as is customary. Yuna probably wanting to make sure he definitely gets invited back for the next couple of hours. It's a great game. He seems like a pretty sharp player, so good spot for him. And look at that for a flop. Top 2. Hello there.
3 more levels for today. So main event, you are picking 3 more levels for today, and then that's going to be it. So bagging after level 10.
So betting a raise and a 9 would be an awful card to see on this occasion. He's not going to see it though.
I'm like a bartender. I'm a bartender, croupier. Talk like this. What is this?
Ge mig det glaset.
Cheers, my friend.
Cheers, my friend.
So betting another. And this pot is getting ginormous at this stage. We're in 3-bet pre-flop, check raise, bet turn, and a call. 1.2k in the middle. Yunus goes for the check. That is mental. Trying to get a hand like ace king, king queen to bluff, potentially. Ace king, ace queen, king queen have no showdown value in this line, and it's going to work out. This is incredible instincts. Got a call. Wow, what a play to get the 825 there. I'm not sure again what Ali was really going for with this bet. Is he going for value? Is he bluffing? Is he expecting to get a hand like King Jack to fold ever? It's been very puzzling plays so far. Which you can say, hey, we've got this great dynamic, everyone's having a few drinks and it's fun, but you would still think that the core kind of like thinking about the way that the hands played would be somewhat similar. But there's been a lot of like wild plays where people have got like a hand which has good showdown that doesn't need to bluff, that's bluffing. And that's what makes these games the most fun, because you never really know what to expect. And you can't range someone on an exact hand or an exact range of hands that easily, because there's just
it's very difficult, and also and it's also kind of very tricky, because you know that at any point, maybe you have to play for your full stack at any given point of the game. So you need to navigate the game, and also when
you have to navigate, but you also, as soon as the word navigation, it sounds like you're being tight, right?
That's when it goes like.
Yeah, but we could see with Anton, for example, going all in with king queen, which might not look like a normal play to do, but in this game, it's kind of the correct play. So it's tricky.
Yeah.
ambitious.
Not necessarily, but I have to think. Not yeah.
Yeah, you had an easy call.
Yeah.
Queen Jack.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, there is only 9-8, and
Jack
6-8,
10,
and
Jack
we'll get
10
there.
sets.
Yeah.
No, you have an easy call.
Can we like skip there like a theoretical one with that range and then no? Just stop here. No, it was not.
That's why I love him.
Yeah, so let's stop. I'm thinking about my range and my.
More cheese, please.
Shit, I forgot. My kids are watching. Have I showed my ass?
No.
That I'm gonna do.
Not yet. No, not yet. Not yet.
Haram? Yes, it's gonna be better haram.
Oh. Första handen action.
Looks like Tuco has widened his range a little bit, one step at a time.
I know the limits of the law. Trust me, I know.
No problem. No filter. No filter.
That's actually, she looked at my ass.
Maybe.
So Özkan is setting up here for some kind of bluff on the turn or on the river. See if Tuco will fall for it.
And
I
that's
kind of doubt it.
a card that gives them a bit of extra equity, but is going to struggle to come along. Wow.
No, he makes the bluff as he signaled already on the flop, but will be very hard for Tuco to get away from this with the flush draw and top pair.
Being not a nice person, you can do whatever jokes you can. There's no filter unless you're misbehaving.
River doesn't change anything really. Oh. Wow.
It's a bit of a donation, but maybe the drinks are flowing. Yeah. Gotta have something of note, I think. Again, it worked out for him with the King 4, was it earlier? So he's probably thinking, these guys I can just run over them.
Yeah, and also that Tuco doesn't have too much chips, so maybe he thinks that he will cave in to the oversized races. So no, I think that was kind of a big mistake at this point. But maybe next time he has the nuts. Will not be one of his proudest moments to look at this hand. But we have seen this wild
look at that one
bluffs.
back. They're just a bit unnecessary in the situations, especially versus that player, right? It's not as it was a player that was capable of showing up with something that could fold the river.
100 euro till alla.
Kanske en hundring. Den som, okej, så... Den som förlorar sin... Ja, men exakt. Ge 100 till allihopa. 100? 200 blir... Men då 1600. Okej. Do we all agree?
Maybe 50 is more reasonable.
Or 100.
Nej, vi kör... Handels beryktad.
106 lax in. Bam! Håll in.
100 euro stand-up game. So 100.
Vinnar du? Vi ska finna det.
For sure, it looks like Tuco wants to be more involved in the game now.
Yes. And he knows that he's
Which is natural, of
got a role
course.
to fill. Yeah, it is. it's a great game, but obviously when you just get literally 1.5k handed over to you for basically no effort whatsoever, it can feel quite. You're quite compelled to carry on.
And last man standing pays 100 to every person. We agree on that.
Marcus gets a hand. We haven't seen many good hands for him. He's been playing with quite poor hands, but now he's ace 10 anyway.
He's a beautiful person. And for the camera, he's a beautiful person. And he's.
What is the time when we are going to the break or that multi?
Oh, you need tea break. I've been running for 15 hours. How much is it cost?
15, 21, 15.
What do you mean? When do you need a break?
No.
Ni röstningen. Ska vi köpa en...
Yeah, that's why.
Ska vi köpa en efter vi har köpt röstningen?
Yes, correct.
But after the vote,
Yeah, after the vote.
Nobody hits anything, so Munir will be able to take it down maybe with the 6 if nobody want to claim the pot.
Yeah, and happy days. Just picking up no one going for anything. Marcus had plenty of chances there to exert a bit of aggression with the gut shot, but chose not to on this occasion.
Well, it's on the river. So I cannot fall on the river. You can show.
We have a showdown.
No, you can show my hand. So give me the cash. Yes.
Resultatet kommer på streamen om 15 minuter. Precis som du sa.
Okay, so life is good now. Just not because I slow roller a fucking Finnish guy, which I know from PT Barcelona, so I know omröstning.
someone can win 5 times in a row.
It's a little bit chaotic, but I think they are doing the voting or have done the voting.
Okay. And who do we think is going to go? It's one
Yeah,
of the
with
two
the
Finns, I guess.
yeah, I think Tuku has been more in the game now the last 30 minutes as well. So yeah, maybe you're right. Your
I think
guess
they've realized
with
they have
Jonas,
to.
and he's also been running a little bit good. So he shouldn't be too disappointed to be thrown out of the game because I think he's maybe one of the winners. I think he came in with 3K, right?
But how is it possible? Because if we take him out now, whoever it is, then everybody else will know, right?
Okay, so you're correct. No, okay.
People will tell it on the stream how
Okay,
fast,
okay.
and then
But yeah, they had a good point that maybe the standing game should be after the voting. And
it's the most stupid thing I've said. Was thinking of such a guys.
I have the new player ready, so it's all up.
and then other thing about the standing game that it's
Oh my god, how stupid was I?
about the standing game that it's a depth game. So if you go broke, you have to either load again or pay everybody, right? Yeah, no, don't think about that, but
I am. I'm still thinking about how stupid I was.
if it's was it 100 or how much?
Mira, Leia, and Leo.
100.
Oh, I think Monir hit this one really good with the flush draw and top pair.
So in the standing game, if you go
The question is if Ali is interested now with the mid pair.
Yeah, but it's just good to announce before.
We are Swedish.
Yeah, but
I
still,
said
it's
it's
good.
stupid thing. Don't take it too far. Like
Wow.
I wasn't talking about that.
Oh, you're talking about him.
Now when you mention it, it was really. But yeah.
So much hand, he might even just call, but with his maniacal image, yeah, it makes sense to raise because you can get action from all sorts of hands.
Tempo torsk. Tillfälligt avbrott, tempo torsk. Let's fight. Tempo torsk.
Doesn't really help Ali.
All I did was bluff. And he called. And he called correctly. And he touched me like, oh my
Yeah, an 8 or a 7, well, an 8 of course would have been disastrous for Munir. but huge,
Good for Chetney.
overwhelming favorite.
It becomes really so.
Yeah, man. Good for Chetney. I kill you, but I love you, man. Söyleyin amına koyayım senin. Nasıl lan? Sen benden nasıl alırsın tüsün laks?
So first time,
175 by Ali is absolutely having none of it here with the second pair. You can't blame him based on the show that you've seen so far. Just the issue is, like, where do the bluffs come from on King 8-2? There's no straight draws, so it's only really flush draws and very creative bluffs at that. You have to be quite mindful of that. Even though Munir is giving loads of action, don't get kind of lost in this trap of thinking that, you know, he's just always bluffing. On boards like this, it's actually really tough to be bluffing.
And now maybe he will even oversize the river bet.
Yeah, I think with the King Queen here, we really got a great image, and we can just go for a lot of money here, maybe even all in. I think with his image, you can definitely go all in.
Yes,
And he is.
I could see that coming.
Yeah,
One.
this is a great. This is a good play because it's. You know, he's got the maniacal image of potentially being capable of just showing up 7-4 off here. So.
And it's also
the issue
kind of
for
a little
Ali
hard,
is-
even though the jack might actually help Ali a little bit here, but still it's kind of, when he calls the turn, it's kind of hard for him to get out of this one. But maybe the
Yeah.
jack helps him. Yeah,
He's really repping
good
strong.
fold, Ali.
Good fold. I wonder if there was any kind of verbal tells that were coming from Munir, because when people drink, they often are a little bit more honest about the strength of their hand, and they tend to do worse at concealing information. So just it was quite an interesting kind of very stoic thought on the river there, and then an eventual fold after a lot of verbal barrage from the other side of the table. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ali had picked up on something interesting there, but it's tough to tell on the stream. We don't get the kind of picture.
Yeah, true. No, I was. It was really strong to find the fold there, but I think you might be right. Might be something. And after the hand,
I
he
think he
gives
picked up on
Munir a
something.
little bit of the stare as well.
Oh yeah. And Tuco in there with the ace king suited, and Munir now. I mean, this could be raising, could be calling. I don't think he's going to be folding. That's the one thing I think we can rule out.
Wow.
Oh wow! What do I know?
Exactly.
What do I know?
The most obvious answer is the one I said.
Marcus have a stab of it anyway. The queen 10.
King, queen of spades.
He's being very card dead, Marcus.
I don't have. Well, call me a
He
liar.
has, but he's still played a lot of hands.
In 29 minutes, you
Yeah.
might be correct. Or is it? Well, like 0%. Yeah, exactly. That's going to be fine.
Leading out as well.
Offsuit with a greatness. Because the back door is drawn. Yeah, you can leave it.
That's a brave
he
call.
raising?
When they have two diamonds. No,
I think it's a raise.
Yeah, he actually. Yeah, it's a raise. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's trying to do here because
This looks
Marcus
problematic.
just launched. Yeah, if Marcus just launches a flush draw on him, you know, he's going to have to fold with the best hand. Marcus is not the type of player to be finding just random leads here. So it's like all of the bluffs you're ahead of, and all of the value isn't folding. So I don't see what raising Ace King achieves.
No, me neither. It's
Because you know, if he's just got like a random Jack 4 of spades or something, like you're ahead of that, right? We can just call, but it's kind of like, yeah, I don't understand that what we're trying to do with the Ace King. Just try and move him off of a bluff so that the hand is easier to play. I guess that's kind of what he's going for.
And now the diamond hits as well, so yeah, okay. The question now, what he wants to represent, Tuku. Is he going for the check raise, Marcus, or is he scared for real? He puts himself in a really awkward situation here, Tuku, because we have absolutely no information.
Yeah, I'm guessing. 650 now. This is a brave move from Tuco. He's probably trying to get Marcus to fold a hand like 7 6s, pocket 8s. Just can't see Marcus fold it. He might level himself into thinking that Tuico is a person that is just not going to have a bluff here.
But it's really tricky for Marcus as well anyway, because Tuco also being a little bit tighter on the start of the game, but still this is kind of the first hand Marcus picks up all night, so it's hard for him. Will he find the fold? Looks like
I think he wants to fold. I think he wants to fold, but I don't think he's a player that likes folding. So that's the difficulty for him right now. Yeah, 650. Looks like he's going to call. And this is absolute hell for Tuico right now when you see your opponent counting out the call, looking over. You've just got to stay zoned in, focus. Just don't try and give anything away, because it's this 10-15 seconds right now which is going to define the entire hand. If you give your opponent a reason to believe that you're weak, nice. And he holds on, gets the fold, and wins a big pot. There you go.
Wow. That was bold play.
Certainly was. It's a brave play, and you've got to find these to really stay afloat and stay alive in really action-heavy games like this.
Maybe if I get...
I guess it was the raise on the flop that actually made Marcus to fold in the end as well.
I mean, and that's what made it easier for the Queen 10 to get away. But so he kind of backed into a lovely scenario for himself.
Yeah, the click raise there is kind of powerful. So, but yeah, well played by Tuku, but very risky.
It is very risky versus that specific player as well. That's it shows a lot of heart. I'm just going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Cool. Let's see, Özkan Erdogan with ace jack. Lots of hearts out there. 10-7 for Ibrahim. Open-ended straight draw. Erdogan misses, but leads out. See the turn. Doesn't help Ibrahim currently. See if Özkan Erdogan continues. And he does.
Patrik, han hade inte röstat eller vad? Det var det han hade gjort. Det var det han hade gjort.
Jag vill ha en ny rätt. Klart du ska få din.
It looks like they have voted out Jonas from the game. There will be a new player coming in, but I haven't got any confirmation on it yet. But it looks like it. The chips are still at the table.
You get up. Plenty, brother.
Oh, Marcus, now he gets a hand. The Rockets, ace. See if he can get some action as well.
Jag har back 5 kort. Jag har back 5 kort. Alla andra This is not a squid game.
Erdogan likes his suited hands, but see if he joins Marcus in this pot.
And so Erdogan gonna be again with his suited hand? Yes.
Yeah, and Marcus picked up the Rockets.
Oh yeah.
So, and he's joining.
This is gonna be if Erdogan has any connection with this flop. Or lucky on this occasion.
Yeah.
We know he only needed a couple of clubs, a queen or a six.
Yeah, but we really don't know with Özkan Erdogan. He can make some bold moves, but now is not the time. At least he's trying 200. Marcus is just thinking about how can I extract some value out of this, but the race for sure.
Yeah, it's very standard to raise here with the red aces, just hoping to get.
And he's disgusted. He wanted to have action.
He did, and he's surprised that he doesn't get action on Jack 10-5. He's like, what the hell is my opponent betting here? Like, how do they not have something? Come on, it's only 400 more, you know. But still happy to get the 200.
I thought that Jonas was
than...
voted out. But he's still on the table, Jonas. I thought, I think he was out chatting with Patrick and Monir. So, but let's see. Maybe he's got his last lap or something like that. But I don't know really. I have no confirmation on it. So we will see.
We will see.
King Kong, Tuku. And Anton picks up the king, queen again. That was his nemesis hand last time.
This is the last level for today. The level for today event is now straight hand and hand.
Will we see a 4-bet now from Tukko, or he can't be too happy to have 4 players in the pot, right? So I guess he's...
No, you want to be trying to push it to at least, I don't know, heads up 3 ways here. Like he's
bet.
unhappy with people in the pot, but it's just like 4 ways, you know, NEAs, lots of boards, you can get in more trouble than good. Yeah, it goes for 450, quite healthy, but in this game with the players around the table, I think he's likely to get 1 caller, probably Marcus.
Yeah, I guess Anton is not too happy about this situation. He still have in his memory the last time he had king queen. It was not fun.
Yeah, it's just like a ghost now. It's coming back to haunt him.
Yeah, possibly.
I think he'll fold. Versus a Tukko squeeze. Versus a, you know, a Munir squeeze. He's all in, but yeah, good
and also
fold.
Tukko have showed that he have had quite decent hand. And now actually Jonas is leaving the table, and Lynn Honey is coming into the table. Another Swedish player.
Eka 1500, sit tonni. Tää on vissiin vähän jo... Tässä äänestetään 2 tunnin välein kanssa joku vittu.
Marcus is not going anywhere. He's still steaming. He didn't get paid with his aces. Now is the time.
Yeah, Marcus does not like folding pre-flop. Is he going to with a 3 here? This would be really sick for the kings. Oh
my god.
Disgusting. And what a board for kings as well. Kings with the...
Yeah.
Just the
But actually he deserves
flop.
it. He's been brave, Marcus, and played quite a lot of hands. That
Yeah,
he's getting.
I thought you meant Tukko. I was like, what sort of personal issue do you have? He seems like a nice dude. But Marcus, definitely, I mean, he's in basically every hand, so fair play to him.
So the question here is just if he wants to isolate directly just to avoid, you know, the potential flush draws, or if he's just limping, calling in here. I would think that he's just calling to see if he can get it all.
Yeah, I like call.
Of course, you don't want to call if you know put the, but you don't put the Tukko on 8-10 or you know. Of course, he can have, you know, ace king of clubs, ace queen of clubs, or something like that. But still the call is the correct move here, I think.
Yeah.
Whatever he's doing, he's gonna get the chips in the middle, I assume, at some point. Looks like he's going for the race. Oh, click race.
Where's all the tables? Bob, I don't know if I'm hugging a lady or a boy or a lady boy. I don't know if
The click race, and Tukko thinks that this is good.
No, that was a joke too much.
Yeah.
It's called no filter.
You can decide.
Did you see that?
All the chips
it
in the
almost
middle.
felt as though Tukko knew he was behind somehow. The way he put the chips in, because it was a shove, non all in, and really the hands that do that in this situation are basically sets in 9-7, right? So it's
one board only, and Marcus is doubling up.
One board only, and it's all going to Marcus. 5k pot, and a brutal beat for Tukko, taking it to a stack to pot ratio of just over 1. These are the tough ones. pro
Yeah,
when you're just sat there
it
thinking.
is, especially since he's been battling quite good, Tuco, and won a few pots and built some stack, and now he's back to square one again.
Yeah, he's been playing really nice.
Hade han kung fu?
Du har 3K, du har 3K, skriv till mig 3K.
Nu kör vi kört.
Skriv WhatsApp 3K. Ja. Jag vill bara liksom skåla med våra... I have the guts to be like you. He's drinking the same as you.
What are you having?
Everyone has a shot.
Okej, skål.
Jag dricker det du tar.
Då ska vi börja med stand-upen nu eller?
Okej, så vi
Det här är vad jag dricker.
Jag blir erbjuden en shot här.
So, yeah, it's apparently it's like this.
It looks like it's time for shots as well.
Before as you come.
A cup of tea.
Just in case they hadn't had enough alcohol, yeah.
Whatever happens, be nice to people.
So you have any information on the new player, the lady that's joining us?
Yes, this is Lynn, and she's a Swedish player as well. I don't know if she went in with 1500 or more. Looks like slightly. It looked like 1500, right?
Yeah, fine. But we have standard game now.
Yeah.
But we can see.
Är det 100 euro?
Looks like there's some kind of
No, but we said first.
either stand-up game or yeah.
Squid game is the same as stand-up.
Ja, men nu...
Are they doing some kind of bomb pot or something?
I think it's stand-up game. So basically, you stand up until you win a pot when you get to sit down, and then the last person standing up has to pay maybe 100 euros or 50 euros each to the rest of the table.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is good for them. They might need to stand up for a little bit of time. I'm just a little bit afraid
this is
that
good.
somebody falls off the stage.
Den som sitter sist ska...
We said one.
I have to see Teresa come over and sort everyone out.
If you don't show, you're not sitting
Den
down.
som sätter sig sist ska betala 100
No, it's not in dark. We're saying, wait. It is, you stand up until you win a hand.
Yes.
And the last one standing pays everybody
Okay,
100.
you were right, George, as usual.
Yeah, but
No.
well, sometimes I am. Luckily enough,
700.
most of the time in the booth, but that's because we cards in the action, right? So it makes our life a lot easier.
True.
But yeah, Munir shouting across the table. I think everyone understands the rules at this point, but it's kind of one of those situations where they're glowing and he's just got to say it for the fourth and the fifth time.
Just the rules makes me want to
Yeah. Repetition, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everyone, stand up game now. Stand up until you lose.
Environments where, I know.
Because we're here with the friends. Oh, you're laughing. You look at me for. Oh, it's me. I thought it was. Can I sit? No, I don't think I can sit.
If he sit, he have to pay.
Face it. What are you talking about? Face it.
How much is it over there?
It's 110.
Lägga man in.
Ja, men hur mycket är det där nu? Det är 100.
Om man blir sist 2000 kronor, vad är det för jävla böcker?
Okay, George, I will be back in a minute.
No problem. So Munir is first to make a stand at the stand-up game.
So she's saying she doesn't like. You don't like this here? Wait. It doesn't look nice.
No.
Du är inte ens rakad mannen. Fy fan. Det finns laser.
Ali is called with Queen 7 offsuit on the cut-off. Ibrahim on the button. You gonna do anything fancy?
She said it doesn't look nice with you because of the camera with the phone. It doesn't look nice. Here's my ass, my friend.
Wow, Tuco's got kings again. And look what he's got. I'm gonna go for 350. I like the sizing.
Shit.
Vad ska jag göra? Vad ska stå och be om?
Fuck it means...
Munir is clearly a strong poker player, but obviously just having fun. And I think he knows that he's kind of lighting this on fire here, but he's just giving the action anyway. You could see from the way he kind of flinched after the 3-bet came in. It's a spot that no one's really bluffing, to be honest.
Okay, well I have better than yours. Our aces.
Okay, how many times?
What do you mean how many times? When a live chico is running once, I'll tell you religious.
I think they're going to run it once by the looks of it. Munir has 13% equity with the queen 10.
One time. I know who I'm voting on next time to get out. But well, I said I had aces.
Okay, I believe he's got some backdoors. Alright, that's going to be the end of that. Yeah, he did have the backdoor straight draw with the backdoor diamond, but the 4 of hearts on the turn, sealing the deal for Munir.
Beställning.
Ja, kör.
Vodka Red Bull.
Ett glas rött.
Red wine. Vodka Red Bull. 895. 2 vodka Red Bull. Monique, vad vill du ha? You finished, guy. Excuse me. What do you want to drink?
Red wine.
Soda.
Red wine.
Soda with
Monique, vad vill du ha att dricka?
red wine is perfect. But Lynn, what's going to happen is that this is a friend of mine.
Oh, they are still standing.
It is.
Yeah, they've played one hand so far.
When he comes to Stockholm,
Tuku won that one, I can understand.
maybe.
Yeah, he had pocket kings again.
You have like kings back.
Wow.
But this time he won. He got a bit of a free double up from Munir. Munir opened the massive sizing. Foucault had squeezed with the kings to a small sizing, which was kind of like, you know, it was a bit obvious that he had a pretty strong hand.
Winning one pot,
And
Finnish guy got
Munir just looked as though he knew what was going on, but just gave him the money anyway. So it was very friendly.
queens against kings.
Hallå John. Jag hade ett S, jag var nära på all in. I had an ace, I almost went all in.
I had queen 10. That's what I had.
Alla har bestämt.
I had queen 10.
Obviously,
Of course I did.
Vad vill du?
you know that I know you. Det är en bra beställning det där.
I know that we do this long enough, we can have Las Vegas.
Here, I've actually used the phrase already.
Okay, time for Ibrahim.
When I've been playing in Vienna or somewhere, I've said that it's gonna happen.
Certainly is. Wow, he's got the ladies.
It's going to be here.
He's got the ladies. Tuco with Queen Jack off. He's sat down, so he's not really that incentivized to get involved.
Going to the same direction.
Facing these massive raises.
Vad gör du man? Alla
I'm
till
pretty sure
pengar.
that means only.
Där, kom igen Monique. Det där var inte in the money.
Du fick fel.
That is not in the money.
In the middle of the hand, we kind of say,
It's a joke.
He meant all
Everybody
in.
knows. Everybody
I'm
knows
willing
it.
to change it after.
But wait, everybody knows it. It's clear because it's less than me. It's clear. It's a
No,
joke.
he has more than you.
Yeah, but
Fully.
yeah, it's a joke. He
Obviously, everybody
knows.
understands what's going on.
Anton, can I...
I'm talking.
Right, so Mullen was 6-5 off, and Ibrahim's got queens. That's all we know for sure, but the rest of it is a bit of a guessing game.
Always.
Cards should be on their back shortly.
Are you joking or not? So you're telling me? Wait. You're telling me with this?
He's a one-time guy.
Okay. No clubs.
Nope, that's going to be one.
De är vinner. He covers.
Yep. Yeah, he wins.
He counts.
Can we just because I have 8 to no 8-9, but one is club. Can we do it again? Yes. How can you miss?
We can play the hands again.
Yeah, that's actually insane.
This was not true.
I vote for this.
So Ibrahim can sit down and
Couldn't count. I mean,
have to go down
Munir
to the pocket.
Fan en fyra.
Munir is now paying a lot of money for a chance to sit down, and it's not really working out for him. It could be 10-4 he gets to sit down at this rate.
Yeah.
Nej, förstår inte. I don't say anything.
Jobbig med 3 klöver. Han har öppnat.
Han över också. I won. Han bara, you win. Give me clever. I remember, I think they were red, both of them. I looked at them. Fuck you, you're still red. They said that you're winning, and maybe they become clubs.
How do you guys get kings and queens back to back?
But that's late.
Okay, next hand.
Så du betalar ingenting eller?
He's waiting for his chip.
That's a penalty.
That's a penalty.
That's a penalty. Yeah, if you sit down and you're not allowed.
But we're not. I didn't hear it.
Bro, jag är inne med 3.
Okay, we do this.
This is chaos.
I make tip 25.
Jag är inne med 3.
Okay.
Some angle shooting here around the table.
Yeah, feels like it.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Can we do it then? Because so great dealer we have here in Tallinn.
With force.
You're like my 25 is 5 hamburgers and
Finish their hand draw in the last 4 hands of day 1. Last 4
Oh.
hands.
Ibrahim picks up another good hand.
I raised 50.
Du sitter ju redan. Varför ska du...
Yeah, what a game to pick up good hands in. It's one of those games where if you can run hot for a couple of hours, you could make thousands and thousands without having to do too much. And nice spot to be in with the ace queen. Munir is going to defend his small blind by the looks of it. Oh, he's going to 3-bet. Oh, it's kind of getting to that stage where it's actually a bit tough to watch because it's
the guy who's sitting.
all fun and games, but 9-4 offsuit is be very difficult to win anything with. Firstly, his image, and secondly, the strength of the hand is just so weak.
That's what Ibrahim is doing.
Yeah, I think clicking it to 500 and calling it off basically would be the way I'd play.
Yeah, or
we are in
or-
positions.
or,
Those. Yeah, I wouldn't be scared to get 3k in versus Munir here with a hand like ace queen, but he does call. It's a bit passive, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is actually. Now he got the gut shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw. So
Yeah, you
now
just
it's gonna
allow
be
your opponent to
more
realize
tricky for
equity.
Ibrahim.
And also, you know, by clicking it to 500, we give Munir the opportunity to shove it in with something silly, you know, so we get that action pre-flop, rather than now he's kind of playing a guessing game. He's actually ahead of hands like this, but
But wait, nobody can say anything. You are acting.
Ibrahim is still slight favorite, but not by much.
Do it.
yeah, exactly. And the only hands that he's doing okay against are hands like
Fucking easy.
Queen 3, 9-4 apparently is in there.
Fucking not cheap.
Oh my god, he's going for it. Is he? No. He's having fun.
Once in my life.
I take the 50 for you.
He does.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair enough. It's so tough to call it off for, I think it was 5 pots. We're going for 5x pot.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now Munir can sit down.
Yeah.
Maybe chill out a little
Well
bit.
earned.
Även när jag får ställa
Yeah, maybe calm down. Yeah. Have a water or something, but yeah, that's good that he gets one because it was getting expensive.
For example, ace king and queens king for aces, you're not allowed to
On the
sit.
back, you have
No,
to
you're
write
not
your
allowed to
full
sit
name,
down.
your ID number, as spectrum. Inside the bag, you have to put all your chips and the ticket with your name on it.
Tuco in a good spot here.
Maybe the Finnish guy is gonna dance. That's amazing. A Finnish guy dancing is Buster Buster.
Red wine.
Relax. So my kids don't do what I do.
He's already the best DJ in Stockholm.
Alltså, jag tror på den 256. Nej,
Am I afraid? No, I'm not.
Marcus picks up an ace as well.
Yeah, ace 4 suited.
Yeah,
He's gonna
that's the insta call.
Yeah, now that brings Ali. Ibrahim, basically, we're going 4 ways to the flop at this stage, right? Oh no, Ibrahim does fold.
No.
Which is smart, because King 10 offsuit
yeah.
is highly dominated 4 ways.
I'm just happy I'm just sitting.
King 10.
King 10 free, though.
That's
yeah. Classic,
oh my
right?
god. Yeah, classic. Now it's a how could I fold to 200?
You're sitting down before you won.
I know, 200 into 1,000 as well, and he would have got probably, well, the entire stack from 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and maybe even Ali's coming along with the flop as well.
For sure.
Yeah. Very
You want to sit
player
down,
is
right?
Ali. Yeah, of course. So you can go a little bit bigger for value in these situations because you know you hold. So Tuco is going to be very happy with this hand at this stage, targeting hands like Queen 10, Jack 10, Ace 10, King 9, King 8, Queen Jack, Ace Jack. So many hands he's doing well against that will all arrive as played this line, and does get another call out of 10. Nice little size as well. Went down a bit of a custom size just to lock up that call. 8 on the river, doesn't change much. I think we get the green shove now. Jack 9 gets there. The only hand to be concerned of. We have a jack, and he does go for the all-in. This is an excellent poker from Tuco. Really well done. A lot of people miss this shove here and think, well, you know, I've only got 1 pair. If I get called, I could be beat. But so many hands to target, especially with the dynamic of this game as well, and the fact that they've got the stand-up game. You're more likely to be bluffing.
Yeah. And Ali have already made a big fold
like
on the
Tuco
river
will.
from the big game, yeah. So yeah, he has to fold again.
Yeah.
Making the right decision one more time.
Get the fold. Yeah, exactly. Does get the fold, but has played the hand. Well played by both.
Yes, excellent.
Yeah, not paying off the river was, I think, smart.
Ja, jag är nybörjare. Lär mig. Skolan. Lärarinnan.
But Özkan, Erdogan, he's not winning a pot, right? He's sitting down anyways. Did he win a pot? I don't think so.
I don't remember. No.
I don't think he's won a pot, so he should definitely stand up.
Till dödens vi är uppe. Vi kan inte sitta.
Om man sitter, det bör...
Okay, now they spotted it.
Now they spotted it, and here he is. Yeah, making a big song and dance.
Yeah, might be a penalty for this one.
Yeah, and the penalty could be his whole stack in the next couple of hands, because I feel like he's in the mood to play.
Yeah.
Not with the 10-5, wise. Tuco gets out the way in a crazy dynamic with King 9, certainly. Anton's just going to
Anton
shove.
all in.
Wants to take it down.
Oh.
And Ali here, wow. Oh, it's going to beat him in there.
Yeah.
King Queen versus Queen Jack.
Mysserie. Hur är det
Looks
vaknar
like they're running it twice from what I just heard on the table audio, but I could be wrong. Okay, backdoor clubs.
Backdoor club.
Still
No.
not anymore. Just the jack. Nope, a clean run for the King Queen. And 3 clubs have been burned as well, so not ideal. Oh, and there's a king high, going to be very tricky to win now, unless a 10 arrives out of nowhere, and it doesn't.
Ali.
Yeah,
Close
he
to
has
doubles up.
sent Anton to the rail, who's topping up now for 1.5k. I think that's a 1k plaque, right?
Yeah. Anton has not been lucky in these situations. Of course, it's hard to win that hand, but he's been kind of coming in wrong in the pots.
Yeah, just timing is a bit off. Just been unfortunate in a couple of spots, yeah. Definitely.
Bror, hur vaknar du med kung då? Varför tror du jag går all in?
We still have 90 minutes of this streamed cash game to look forward to. And tomorrow, local time 1:30, we will stream from the main event, final day. It'll be great fun. And the total different poker from today.
Yeah,
And then we will be
it will
back,
be a little bit
George.
more.
We'll be back in the end of July, right, with the World Series of Poker circuit event in Tallinn.
Yes. So we've got 2 streams for this weekend. So tomorrow is going to be we play to the winner, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to play to the winner tomorrow, and then it's going to be about a month or so, about 6 weeks, I think, back in Tallinn for the now very popular World Series of Poker circuit. One of the best run events outside of the World Series in Vegas, I think, in the world. So I'm really looking forward to that one, both as a player and a...
And it's a 1,500 main event buy-in with 1 million guarantee, but I think it is like 55 events in total over 10 days. So poker for everyone.
Yeah.
And 12 rings to be won. And for this year, it's also new for the circuit events, right? That the winners of the ring events also get the 5K entry into the Paradise tournament in Bahamas in December, I think. So more value for the players.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I think it's a 2.5k buy-in for the tournament and 2.5k in travel and travel money and hotel.
And the hotels there are not cheap, right? So sort you out with the hotel and the flight. So that's extra. That's excellent value. So that's for all 12 ring event winners?
Yes. So great fun in Tallinn, and also 12 rings. And of course, we have the Omaha events, we have the PLO events, but we also have the first ever Sweden ring event in Tallinn.
Beautiful.
555 buy-in.
I'm looking forward to seeing Peter Latera on the final table.
Yeah, we might see him. At least he will make a stab at it.
He will certainly be there, that's for sure. He's very proud of his world status at one point in Sweden. He's a good guy, so I'm looking forward to seeing him there. And it's nice to see that these, well, it's not even a true mixed game in Scandinavia, but mixed game in terms of global scene are getting a bit more recognition. How many players are you expecting for the main, Krista? Would you say that the 1.5 million is possible, or do you think it's because of the World Series in Vegas and some clashing, it's going to be difficult to hit that 1 million?
You never know. You never know with poker players, but I would expect us to make the guarantee anyways. Maybe we will see 1,000 entries into it, but it's hard to say. But I don't know if players are traveling to Las Vegas, from Europe in the same way as they did last year. So might also be that players want to stay in Europe and
I
will
don't
come
think
to
it's
play
going to
in
be as
Tallinn.
popular because of the tax issues. There's visa issues these days. It's very difficult actually to get over.
Yes.
So all the more reason to come to Tallinn, where poker is thick and fast throughout the year.
Okay, looks like Erdogan already thinks that he has won the hand because he's sitting again and nobody bothers to.
Yeah, I think we've spent about 2 minutes talking about the WSOP circuit, and I think we were waiting for him that entire time to play his hand. So it's the pace has slightly fallen off, but he's having fun. Marcus here with the big 3-bet after an ISO from Tuco, and then makes it 400 to go with the 9s. And Dogan is going to fold. Thought he might come in, but maybe more incentivized to just have some fun with the people.
Too good hand. Hard to play.
Yeah. Yeah, pumping it and sitting down and pouring himself another drink from whatever that is. That looks like champagne they've got there, so
yeah,
no expense spared.
Needs to be refreshments, right?
Certainly.
We have a mystery hand for Lynn. 5-3, yeah. Of course.
Why not? She needs to get involved, and limping makes when you're in the stand-up game, because you're going to play a lot of hands, so you want to try and make it as cheap as possible. And she flops the best hand. This is excellent for her. Anton also fighting for the seat. And with this dynamic, you could also raise for some protection here with 3.
That's exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, this is really nice because he's going to be c-betting almost everything on this board. But we don't want to allow him to realize some equity or pick up a decent on the turn that could allow him to barrel again. Wow, Anton's going to bet call the flop with jack high. Wow, now we're playing poker. And there's the jack as well. Just summons it. He knew it was coming.
I guess Lynn will slow down now. Now she's in bad shape.
Yeah, surely. Yeah, she thought about it, but hey, I really like the move from her on the flop, but she got a bit unlucky.
It might be checked down now. Yeah. And Anton wins the pot.
Yeah. And Lynn
haven't been too
got unlucky
frequent.
there. I like the way she played the hand. So does that mean that Lynn has to pay everyone now?
Was she the last one?
Yeah, so she's changed up her grid.
But I still don't think that Erdogan won a hand. But yeah, but she's paying anyway.
100 to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he still hasn't won this hand, right?
I don't think so, but I might.
I
might be
can't
mistaken.
recall it either, to be honest. I think you're right.
I don't understand it. Yeah. Wait. Your feet.
This thing.
Is it mine?
Yeah, that's yours.
What does it mean?
For stand-up. For stand-up.
Why let's stand up?
So everybody has to win a hand. The last person who wins a hand.
You won?
Yeah, you won. That's why you're not paying out.
Okay. So they tell maybe he won a hand.
Oh, so he did win. It sounds like he's being very confrontational, though. Which would usually make me think that he didn't win and it's all a cover-up, but maybe I'm a bit too pessimistic.
Conspiracies everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I've played poker for so long, you know not to really trust people, especially in this kind of dynamic. A drunk cash like where morale completely out of the window.
Jag får inte en knäck där. Jag ser en knäck höger och tar en knäck.
I also think they said that they will do another vote, but I think they said after 1 hour, so I think it might be time for another vote quite soon as well.
Okay.
Ja, jag tror aldrig du har en kupp. Clear.
So, we have a flush draw with an overcard versus the rather awkward Jack 9.
Ali ends up in quite a few awkward positions. He's not been lucky really,
Yeah, for
even
sure.
though he's ahead now, but it's tricky decisions all the time. And this doesn't help him.
We have the 2-pair now, but Ibrahim might be tempted to bluff this one with the queen. He could represent a hand like king queen, queen 8.
Yeah.
He only has queen high. There are lots of hands like a 10, like a 10-8, a 10-7, a 9-7, a 9-8 that could arrive like this and just gets absolutely snapped. And that's going to get it done. Nicely played from Ali.
Yes.
He's one of those players that he's quite tricky because he's not scared to put the money in and he's not scared to be wrong. But he also doesn't like folding and he's quite sticky, so it's tough to beat these guys. You've got to be really...
Yeah, I think he's the guy who have had the kind of most tricky decisions to make. But I think he's navigated quite well.
I agree. Totally agree.
But if he comes to the table, he can buy or POKER.
Do we have the chip counts anywhere from the day one already been completed?
No, they are playing for another 10 minutes, I think. We have 83 players, 83 players in right now, so we will for sure be way over 100 entries.
Yeah.
Because all these guys who's playing cash games now, they will jump into the tournament tomorrow, I would think.
You think so, yeah.
Yeah. I also think that there's a PLO tournament, the turbo tournament starting in the casino. I have no numbers on it right now, but we had a tournament yesterday as well. It's a €200 warm-up event with 108 players, I think, and the Swedish guy Jan Risberg won that tournament and approx 5k euro.
Lovely. It's nice to get over 100 run at event. Certainly bodes well for the future of the event.
Yeah.
Then there.
Anton with the fours is going to come in and get involved. Ibrahim's in there kind of loose, 5 suited, but certainly not out of.
Just cover it an history. I tell you one history. Okay, English. This is true. Okay? This is true also. Dinleyin, listen. Why? Yavruak, yavruak bekletmiyor. It's true. What's the stop feeling? Hadi sen stop. Neyi konuşacağız?
Something for Ali and Ibrahim. Both hitting a pair.
Jag har inga pengar.
Well, the board gets wetter and dicier, but Ali's still firing. This morning there, just kind of chucking out money, hoping for pretty sure what, but gets it done.
I leave to street. Eşiyor. Rotor işiyor. Street işiyor ya. 3000 lira. Street işiyor. Ya, Romeo. İngiliz de. Street İngiliz. Rotor. Hadi şey, rotor. Rotor işiyor. Onu şey yapın.
It's king, huh? It's king.
Honey, gel buraya. Honey, rotor işiyor İngiliz. Hani
I don't want you bet 6.
Ne? Ya, İngiliz. Hadi explain. Rotor İngiliz. Rotor. Hani şey yap. Rotor işiyor.
Queen.
İngiliz, rotor. Google'a ben de. Ne? Tam uğraşıp da. Rotorun o İngilizca. Der, Google'a. Trotuar. Lan oğlum trotuar.
Tuko hits the bottom pair here, yeah?
Certainly does. Anton is out because of that. Chicken to play. So left with king high. So now he's going to grab. Going to clear out anything. Value draws.
So let's see if we can get it going. I'll give it Omaha players. If you want to play the €200 I'll give it Omaha. Buy your ticket at the
Might just give it up.
You have 10 minutes and then we will close the 200 if it doesn't run.
Trotuar işiyor. İngiliz. Trotuar. Side book işiyor. Tamam ya. My job is side books işiyor. I work side book yarrak böyle. Then işiyor. You understand me? Yeah. You oh. I work. Ya go. One gün. I walk. Side work. Door. Nasıl? Kayıt tapo.
Vay yarım var.
Side. 60. Ya. Diyeceğim şimdi 60. Manyak kağıt yok. İçeri işte. Ya. 60. İntihar.
Anton again with his king queen.
Blah.
Yeah, suited this time though, so a bit of an upgrade.
Yeah.
And he does pop it up. This is Ibrahim, who's had, I think, the same exact hand twice in a row now. Maybe chances of that pretty rare, but I'm pretty sure he's had 8-5 suited now.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Okay, back to Ibrahim.
I don't know. I don't. You ready?
That's hers.
Not sure what we're waiting for, but he does eventually find the fold.
Man köper tillbaka sig. Så hur är det där? Och hur mycket är det där? Ja, men då måste du vända. För det är färg. Du måste vända till andra. Jag måste vända. Då måste jag köpa den. Då lägger jag den. Lägg den på knappen.
Lägg den här på knappen.
Ja, gärna så. Nu har jag lagt mer än det.
Oh,
Det var 10 eller 30.
let's see now Erdogan. Ace King.
Yes. Now, are we going to see him keep talking or go a bit quiet now he's got the big hand?
Oh, and Tuko with Ace Queen.
Not
This
saying
can be
anything.
messy.
Very messy, especially with the factors in play. Munir gets out the way. I'm sure we would have heard from him unless it was this kind of action.
Two queens.
King,
Gone
queen.
as well.
Yeah, the issue here is that we're just not really Enians to get involved.
No, now Erdogan is in really good shape. Two queens are one more queen is gone as well. So yeah. Okay, another 4-bet. 325, I think. Yeah. And Tuko
Wow.
folded Ace Queen. Interesting. Lynn doesn't know that she's in really big trouble here with the two queens already gone, so it's only one queen to hit or a straight or some kind of flush. She finds the fold. Good for her.
She finds the fold and she got caught with her hands in the cookie jar there.
325. Push. Du race up, du vet att du kan race up en pipe. Vad är det? 20 lax.
I don't need it, but the TV guy from the headset said, whenever you want me to give you the phone, you tell me. Okay, I will tell you.
I've not seen my cards. All right. What means that?
75. No.
No, it cannot be.
Tuko finds the snowman. Raises to 50.
It's 10. What do we play? 5-10?
Yeah. 20 and raise 50.
Munir likely to be getting involved. Doesn't need much to persuade him to get in the mix.
He has been on the sideline for a time, so I guess he's keen to see a flop.
That's what I'm thinking. Keen to get involved in some fashion.
No, he's straddled, I raised.
So he raised by 30.
So that's 50. So check the cards.
You're... It's frowned upon in some
Je
countries.
suis une pute. Non, je suis pas une pute.
And one more red. Raise 80.
And it makes a click raise money to 80.
Je suis une pute means...
You're a small blind.
Yeah, it's kind of a takes the initiative type play without having to commit too much.
Yeah.
Ibrahim in a Dogan, likely to see off with the King Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna go for. Wow. Okay. Now we're playing some poker.
Kojak.
Look at me, huh?
4-bet 520. Yeah, it worked the last time. Let's try again. And Toko folded ace queen last time, but will he fold the eights? Yeah, he does. With 2 players behind him.
How much was it?
He said that this is only a picture. So I don't run out of
Should work, right? Unless Munir is thinking some devilish thoughts.
Yeah, you never know.
Okay. Yeah, but I can do it, but... Yeah, so... Exactly. So you can...
But Munir is also aware that Erdogan can do this without having a super strong hand as well.
Kind of, right?
Yeah, 3.5.
So can I know the count? Because I need...
Plus that, so
I can
close
be
to 4.
whatever I want to be, but I want to know the count.
Absolutely.
How much is it?
Do you want the exact count?
Can I see
No,
it
I
again?
want not exact count.
36 plus whatever he has behind you, plus this. Thereabouts.
36 plus this.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus the
4
bet.
point.
Surely not.
4 plus this.
Yeah, exactly. So,
5
Altogether.
together.
thank you so much. So basically, the thing is...
Take 1 minute, pass it also.
Is he falling asleep, or do you think he's thinking about something?
Maybe he
He's
thinks
definitely
about
not falling asleep.
repopping.
That's for sure.
No.
No, it's not.
There's a lot of table talk here. He's repopping, right? No, he's calling.
Who lost the Standup?
She did.
Who did?
She did.
Who did? And you say she, you don't think you're gonna know who it is unless you make my joke.
She's the only she here.
Another 20, sorry.
Exactly. So he's called back.
Not completely.
He's called back in.
I'm old tradition. I'm old tradition.
It's another 20.
Honestly, I need to check my own jungles just to know what the fuck I am. So,
Don't make that statement before you know it.
Right, and after all of it, felt like that's taken 5 minutes to get to a flop. We are seeing one, and it does come a Jack 8-4.
Wow.
Her versus an open ender.
Open ender. Yeah.
He's not. So queen or a 7 is the first route to success. Back with diamonds, running 10-9.
Let me get a count.
Okay. Good one for Erdogan.
yeah, because I just €6,000. care about this. So I do care about this.
I think he has you covered.
Yeah, I know. I think so. That's why I asked before. That's mine.
There you go.
Nice play.
I hope my children who are listening also not coming as Japanese children.
Nereye var ya? I was young.
Easy game. Munir
Yeah,
once again
sometimes
getting
it is.
stacked.
Kamikaze.
Sometimes it is when you just hold with your top pairs versus the wild card players that have got straight draws, flush draws, or gut shots, or ace high. It's difficult to hold, but he's managed to do it, and that was a pot in the end, 6,000 or 7,000.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Erdogan had 2.6 something, so it was close to 6K, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Stop like this. Alo. Omniye Türkiye. Bana Türkiye, yavaş tamam. Türkiye, yeah, no Scanner. This is my home. I born there. I cut that.
Anybody interested in cashier and
I'm playing the fucking. Can I borrow this? That's I'm playing more money than I have paid. So 25.
He's 25.
Correct.
So Anton have a King Jack this time, going down from King Queen to King Jack. See if this is better for him.
A little downgrade to spice up the run good. Let's see.
And Lynn
Lynn's the ace deuce, and Adoga, Jack 10. Newfound stack, put them to work.
Yeah, he's not folding this one.
Whoa!
Actually, wow. That was actually quite surprising.
Yeah. I think he's one of those players that splashes around for €400, but then when the stack and the money gets really big, he's going to play a little bit more in line, is my read.
Yeah.
Which is fair. It's a big game, and maybe he's not comfortable to play such a big pot. But Jack 10 suited there, and this dynamic, I think we can find our way in for a call here flop.
Yeah, it
so
should be an
many
insta-call,
wild
right?
cards. Yeah, so many wild cards in the lineup. You know, when you hit something, you're just gonna pop in a manner of ways, not just from worst.
Deuces never loses.
He's never loses. And Lynn gets with the bravery paying off.
What's happening? Suit.
Still 50 minutes of streaming ahead of us, so let's see what's going on. But I can also imagine that these players might continue to play across the rest of the night in different forms.
Oh, I should think so, right? Are they going to move downstairs to the main cash game floor?
Yeah, I guess they are. Yeah, I don't know for sure how they But there is some tables free here. The main event have ended for today with 36 players still in out of 83 entries. So, and there's also a Omaha event going on, but I cannot see how many tables are playing currently.
Yeah.
Okay, I will be back in a couple of minutes, George.
No problem.
No, it's not local.
Back in the seats with the fraction. And I think we're going to be seeing big pots for the remainder of the stream. As Krista said, just around about 45 minutes to go, but should have time for a couple bits and some big money poker here. Mooning it up with the 10. That's kind of, if you're joining us, that's been kind of the theme of the stream from Munir, giving a lot of action. Down quite some thousands at this stage.
What's the point? I just danced here for 1 second.
Whatever you want with that cloud, we take it here.
That was my point.
Starting anytime we exit door. So, tickets from the cashier, €200 from the door.
Yes, 30 minutes. Can you check 30 minutes? Seat 8. I want to see his thing in 30 minutes. Michelle. 30 minutes from now on board.
Anto, can I ask
on
one last one? Thanks.
No, I want because. Yeah, but.
Thanks a
Kan du kolla vad Bob hade?
I owe you a drink or a food or whatever.
I'll take a dealership.
30 minutes from now it's 29 minutes and 50 seconds. See the fucking minutes.
Munir with the 4-bet with the 10-4. And off we are to a flop of King, King, Jack. Lynn with 10. Currently slightly ahead of Munir.
No, because we are very close. The child of ours is actually asleep now. But we said to kill each other, right? So I've got 200, I have a king. So if you have better, I have a king. You're gonna see if I'm not. Wait, she's the mother.
Munir saying, I have a king and betting 200. Lynn doesn't look too happy with the outcome of this flop with her 10-8 of pretty much the worst flop she could have asked for.
Of course not.
Yeah, but you've seen one guy who looks like this, but still Arabic, like this? That's our child.
Okay. I will fold.
You see what?
I will fold only because of you.
No?
Yes.
No. You fold because...
Renee hits the muck. Crazy action continues, as Krista mentioned, probably long into the night. As for us, it's going to be another 35 to 40 minutes or so.
Patrik, kan du fråga om man nu ska spela?
New player here joining us for the last few orbits.
Monir, du har en hand.
Whatever you folded, Lynn, whatever you folded was great. No, I had better than king. I pocket jacks.
Alla Monir.
Yes, I would like to. like a yellow. You know, in Sweden you have red, green, and yellow. Yeah, so I do yellow.
Marcus limping in with 10-9 off.
I denounce my vote. So I denounce the rights of
Over to Ali. He's going to pop it up with 7 to 35.
I don't want to vote. I love you all. I'm not going to vote against
Ibrahim. Ace-9. Deep stack count. The best hand to be getting in with here. Prefers some sort of suited holding. Does call though. Go now with the Jack-7. He's in the small blind, and there is a healthy amount in play on the button there, which is the small blind bonus. So if you win a hand playing out of the small blind, then you get whatever is on the button. I think everyone's adding a tenner to it. Munir coming in with his what has been customary unbridled aggression, just relentless in his pursuit of these pots, and you know, just playing so wide. It's every hand like this, which you can get away with in like 5-card PLO if you're a skilled post-flop aggressive player, but in a hand like Hold'em, you don't have much enough. You know, you just don't flop on the equity with all of these hands, and it becomes very tricky to maneuver without just basically handing money over to your opponents, which has kind of been what's happening. So you just have to get really lucky and flop loads of boards like this where you can win with C-bets. You know, had the 4-bet and versus Lin just now that he took down with the C-bet with the 10-4. So it's when you play this wide and this aggressive, it's quite a lot about flop distribution as well, just making sure that you're able to find flops where our opponents will fold. Not showing any aggression there. Ibrahim makes it 40 to go. King 8 suited. Munir surely going to be playing from the small blind.
I know, I'm imitating someone else.
Alright, I'm just relaying information.
Nej, han är inte här på skolan. Han är för att käka gratis. Du är här.
Here, my friend. Placera. You can never raise 40. That's why you raise 40. That's why you raise 40.
I mean, you've got to give him credit because he's really going for it, and the fearlessness to shove it in behind there is quite impressive.
Diamond. No. No king diamond. Wait. Ta den. 3 blåa. Keep it. And, snälla.
En gång i tiden.
Ja, of course. That's the reason. So, you went what? All in with what?
En gång i tiden.
Can you show to me what he said? And to whom we say this?
For Michelle.
It's pretty...
Skulle jag ha synat för hans skull? Hade du haft 1 och 5 hade jag synat det.
The reason is that...
Big lane.
Well, let's say this. I won. And was not a good thing. Patrick, you know, he goes with the king 8, king 8, but 9. Both goes and sets for Michelle.
So Ali now with the Queen 10, opening it up. It does take a while to get through these hands. The pace has slowed down, but still got around about 40 minutes to go.
It's like idiots. You know, idiots playing poker.
Yes, I can see that.
Oh yeah, because you're the biggest one.
Yeah, for sure.
Munir in there with the 7-4.
I'm sure he understands.
Gonna call. Lynn with Jack Deuce. Fold.
Nappi laittaa aina 10 ja se SP voittaa se mitä siinä on. Se kasvaa 10 siinä voisi ottaa ne SP voittaa. Nappi laittaa siihen 10. Hän voitti viime käden, niin siinä ei mitään, mutta nyt hän laittaa 10. Jos hän olisi voittanut, hän olisi saanut 10. Hän ei voittanut, hän olisi holdannut. Hän laittaa sen seuraavaksi, niin siinä on 20. Jos hän voittaa, hän saa 20 jääneä. Ei siinä ole.
I'm very
Top pair versus top pair with between Ali and Ibrahim. Does have the backdoor spades. And Munir has been away from absolutely none of it. Interesting card would be quite a low one. King 10 will feel a lot more secure. Wow, that's another way to do it. So 2 pair versus pair flush draw now.
Good game, guys.
And a good shot.
Har ni röstat ut honom?
Ja. Det är alla som är först.
Good evening, everybody.
We have 1 point on this. Guys, Lynn, Ollie, let me answer that.
Okay, of course.
Guys,
Jag trodde det var alla.
He's gonna raise with his King 10, turning his hand into a bluff, trying to get a hand like Queen Jack to fold, apply some pressure on 2 pairs to maybe follow through on the river. Could also just be doing it for some kind of like thin value to check back the river with additional equity here. And Ali can't really 3-bet the turn with Queen 10 because you reopen the act, get shoved, you just can't get it in with 2 pair on this board at this depth. So really forced to just come along as a call and assess his options. His opponent is representing a flush or a straight, really. And Ibrahim is rivering gin. Horrible card, of course, now with the 4-liner on board as well as the 3 flush. 2 be plummeting in value.
It's called playing over.
Får jag också gå och röka lika ofta som Öskan?
Röka?
Lika ofta som Öskan.
Ibrahim goes for the 1-chip 500, which is usually a reliable indicator of a good hand.
Alltså, jag skojade.
Det gjorde inte jag. Före du sa
Ali gets out the way. He's played well. Enjoyed watching him so far. I think he's navigated all of his decisions.
Do you want to buy the buttons?
Kommer det blank?
Fråga mig hur jag gör det.
How much did you buy in? 2,000. Sorry, if you want to buy the button, it's 15.
Okej.
Yes.
Så här är det. Nu kommer jag alla.
Yes.
istället för vem?
You don't have to pay.
Nej, ni ska bara vara nöjda. Ni ska bara vara nöjda. Hallå? Ni ska bara vara nöjda.
And I am back here with George.
Hello.
And we will have another half hour or so, 25 minutes more of streaming from today's cash game. And then we will continue tomorrow at 1:30 local time here in Estonia with the main event, 1100 euro main event tournament. So we have a new player at the table, I see.
Yes. Sat down.
Jussi Mattila.
Yeah,
came in,
Mattila.
yeah.
Where was he? He's fun.
Oh, he's great fun and a great player from Finland.
Yeah, very
I
tough.
don't know, maybe I think he played the tournament earlier. So
yeah, coming in to swing about a bit. Munir with the 4-bet, and Yussi's not having it with the Jack-6, the short nuts. He flops a 6 versus a flush, so we could be seeing the money flying in already here. I believe it's Ace-Jack of Hearts versus Jack, and certainly is. 7-4-5 in the middle, Munir's bet 500 and 300. When Yussi is going to come along for one. 8 on the turn, getting dicey now.
Yeah.
The way Munir's played, he's just going to go all in.
I will never say anything about anybody, but I can do this. Mashallah. And if you can't take a joke, then don't take a joke.
Okay, some political views being shared, but nevertheless, we're going to focus on the poker. And has he checked back the turn? No one.
The guy, the Finnish guy. Mangiare tutto.
Understood.
Wow, Juicy beats him into the pot with the third pair.
Nuts.
Oh!
Absolute coconut.
Absolutely brutal.
You don't have to show. I'm going to take you 30 minutes. So, coconuts.
Yeah, he needed that one, Munir.
Ouch. That one's going to sting. Just to fade an ace or a heart. The jack was no good, of course. They gave him 2 pairs.
No, actually, I think Jussi is quite happy now because he just went in with the minimum 1500, so not with 5k that he maybe normally would have done. So
yeah, true. He could have lost. And that's the first huge pot I think we've seen Munir take. He's been to give action and has been successfully handing it out table. Yussi sits down and first hand he gets stacked. But I mean, he was in a 4-bet pot with Jack-6 offsuit, so that he only has himself to blame, really.
Yeah.
Vad händer med Östen? Vad händer med Östen? Han kliver inte kanske.
You can see the trophies for the tournament, and I heard from the No Filter guys that that's actually real silver. So nothing coated with it. It's just pure silver. Yeah.
Proper trophy. So everyone sits down, is getting a drink, and welcome to the game.
Yeah.
It's a nice atmosphere.
They don't really talk English at the table, are they?
Darling,
think it's more Swedish.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Which makes our job a bit harder.
Well, I can manage.
Yeah, well, you're fine. I'm playing a complete guessing game.
Yeah. But you have heard the chit chat all night, so you know basically what you're talking about, anyways.
I think it's the same kind of, yeah. Same kind of jibber jabber.
Jag säger så här, skål för oss
Vi
alla.
kastar de här, det är mer
Vi har den här möjligheten att kunna ha det här jävla kasinot.
Skål! Inte, not on the table, you know, it's table getting wet.
Men skål för att vi har chansen.
Yeah, this looks risky.
It does.
Vilket arrangemang! Att man ska behöva vänta på sin plats.
I'm sorry, there's a struggle here, so that's 40.
Yeah, no real need for that, but hey, they're having fun. Marcus now taking some time with the Jack-9. Things are starting to really slow down, even more than before, which is saying something.
One thing is for sure though, they are having fun.
Yes, I can see all sorts of different dynamics around the table.
Yeah.
Certainly fun is being had, but Ali is trying to play proper poker here, squeezing with the sixes. Small size.
I think I've been quite impressed by Ali's play actually. He's been in tough spots, and I think he's played really well.
Yeah, he's been the standout player as well. I think he knows what he's doing and he's played solid. Now, this is the issue with there's so much fun, and we've had a lot of fun commentating as well, but it just gets to where it's like everyone is a main character and it just takes forever action done. So even though these games are super high value for a pro player or a good player even, it can be frustrating, but you just kind of have to mix in and say, you know what, to hell with it. Even if we play 10 hands an hour, it's not bad. So Munir now.
Jack-8.
Yes, he's going to come along for the call by the looks of it. And Marcus doesn't like folding either. And we could see a big pot here. So we've got 4.5k, 4.5k, and just over 7 for Munir. So, you know, I'm thinking of a board, maybe Jack-9, 6, and then all of a sudden we're looking at a 12k pot potentially.
Yeah, could be a lot of straights out there as well.
Well, that's
Queen 10,
got shot
Jack-9, Jack-8,
open ender. Ali's going to bet into the field. This is the one decision I'm not such a fan of. Maybe it's okay actually. The 6 is unnutted out.
It's a scouting bet, but you know, with the ranges they are playing the other players as well, it's extremely tricky.
Getting hands like ace 7, ace 8. Munir has raised 400.
Yeah, and Marcus have the open-ended.
Yeah, he's in a similar situation to the 5-3 earlier. Remember where he, where he just has to pay a load of money, and he may or may not be getting to see the 5th. Munir asking how much, and I feel like he's going to fire. Goes for 1,000, which sets up just under the pot on the river, but it's a nice size. And the real baller play from Marcus here would be for the all-in.
We're gonna make karaoke tonight at your suite.
No.
Yes.
The problem with against Munir is that he's not going to check the river that often. He's just going to fire most most of the time. So if we have a
Yeah.
hand that's a draw, we don't get to bluff that often. So in terms
No,
of
it's
like pot
tricky.
odds, he's not getting the correct price. Let's see what he arrives on.
Maybe even trying to repop all in this situation would be maybe even better than. Of course, we see the cards, but still, it's extremely tricky situation.
Yeah,
But
he's
of
the
course,
one
he
player
knows
that
that
can
if he
have a
hits
lot of bet fold.
Yeah. But if he hits
That's the
properly,
thing as well. If he does hit the king or the 8, he's going to get paid. And there it is. Wow, what a card! Absolute dream. And he's going to be all in here with the Jack 8, having arrived at.
What's going on there?
No clue what's going on. But I think he's going to be all in within.
So Munir bluff, try to bluff.
Yeah, I think he's just going to try and get a hand like Queen Jack or Queen 9. Even King Jack is going to struggle to call off the entire stack here, having river top pair.
Yes.
There we go. And
this is music
sort of
in
a
Marcus'
snap call
ears.
Yeah, bit of a slow roll at this stage. I guess what he's doing is just making sure that everything's in over.
Yeah, all is correct. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just confirms getting all of it. So yeah. And there is Jack 9 for essentially the nuts.
Wow. Great double up for Marcus. Yeah. Yeah, he's been chasing the straight a couple of times, but now he got paid.
He got there in just huge fashion as well, and it's a 10k pot that we were looking for, and that's going to be one of the last candidates between two of the legends of the stream. Marcus and Munir have been battling hard, certainly in a lot of pots. Not afraid to play. And good sportsmanship from Munir as well, having lost the pot. Just going over to show the respect.
I think that's actually fun. That's actually. How can we create what we want to create unless Jack does that? Go like this, right?
We haven't seen much of Anton lately.
No.
Can you come unless
Washed out a little bit.
Sitting in between Munir and Marcus.
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
a
too much
tough
space
seat,
there.
that one. Certainly didn't.
What's the line? 5-10 and 10 on the button, yeah?
Mina barn kommer säga. Mina barn kommer säga. Sen kan de säga. Om någon av er ens förlorat. Nej, jag har alla vunnit. Det jag sa i sällskapen Las Vegas i Norden.
Ja, han kom med 7 minuter. Ja, jag såg det. Vi kan nästan lyssna på mikrofonen, men jag tror inte vi vill.
You put 20? I put 40.
The last couple of hours, they have paid less and less attention to the small blind jackpot.
Yeah, I feel that's actually going to be quite big now. Or are they even paying it?
My energy always right.
Yeah, I think I saw the chips, but it's gonna, maybe they should put 100 instead of 10.
Yeah, it's a bit too small now for the game, right?
Yeah.
So no one really cares. And then they had the stand-up game, which was 100 each. So yeah, unfortunately, it was a nice idea at the start, but it's kind of died a little with how big the game's been. Munir raising to 30, and now everyone is hunting a bit of action, trying to flop something against the madman that's going to give them the double up. They're thinking. 7 high board. That's going to be an interesting one. Top pair for Ibrahim. Munir has a gut shot. Anton's got ace high. Not sure what Yussi has.
Mystery cards. 7
8
8.
7.
Okay, yeah, something here as well.
Munir doesn't. Wow, Munir doesn't fire into the field. I was expecting a massive bet there. Ali now with the jack 8, he's going to bet at 50. Keep Snap holding the 7, impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he did call, did he? I thought he folded.
It looked like a fold.
Yeah, it did. I saw the cards hit the muck, so... Yeah, there we go. So heads up to the river.
Oh, Munir hit his gut shot.
He would have hit the gut shot this time. And he's gone.
Yeah.
Typical game. Well, the jack 8 is going to get it 1.
Oh, there's the jackpot.
There it is. So how much have we got?
I think it was like 50 or 80 or something in it.
Put whole the rest of Europe and also Asia. The worst poker player.
Something minor with this game.
I'm a very funny guy. I'm the worst. No.
I think 25 a player would spice it up a little.
This guy's struggling.
Yeah.
Gucci gang.
If the game needs to be spiced up.
Yeah. I meant just to kind of give a bit more. Or you're right.
Got it.
That feature. I meant that Munir looks like he's. Oh no. Back in. Yeah. Raising blind-ish. I think he saw his cards.
Yeah. No.
Doesn't need much.
Yeah, but I saw that you
Ibrahim, I'd be interested to see what people do with hands like King 10 suited, Ace 8, these kind of hands that I think should be going all in, but probably won't be.
Är det bara 3 gula? 4. Nej, i stacken.
3.
Now Ibrahim is asking how much chips Munir have behind him.
Yeah, and probably the players behind him as well. If you want to isolate Munir, though, the best way to do it is to raise to something small, like 700-800.
2.2k, right?
Staying alive.
Oh, wow. Depends on what people have behind, but he's basically committed him. Don't think Yussi has that much, right? So
no. Alan.
This Alan guy in there now with 1.5, who's.
I think about it. When I think about it, I don't trust you. I trust my card.
No. Yussi looks more
Oh, he's
interesting.
Yeah, maybe. He has about 2k.
Yeah, he's going in.
Wow.
And Ibrahim have 2.6 behind as well, so the question is, will he have 2.3 in total? So.
What do you think Yusi has? It seemed like he was not 100% certain to call.
Could have a mid pair or something like that. You know.
Yeah, I would say I agree.
King,
I think
queen,
it's like
king,
eights,
queen, mid pair. Yeah.
eights,
Something like
nines,
that.
king, queen, or ace jack in a hand.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite wide. But let's see if he was doing an acting job to try and get Munir to call. I don't think so because Munir's probably going to call anyway, whatever you do.
Yeah.
So I think it was more genuine. But yeah, eights, nines, ace jack, king, queen, this kind of hand. And Ibrahim should have something fairly decent. I think he's probably gonna have the strongest hand.
He could have ace king or something like that. And,
yeah, very possible. What's Munir got? Looks like what's that? Jack 4 something.
No jack. Yeah, I think it's jack 4.
Yeah, it looks like jack 4. Completely gambling it. Okay, 9-7-5.
No idea what the others have. Looks like something that Jussi can have. No.
Yeah, Jussi could have a set here for sure. Backdoor clubs get there.
Still can't see. It looks like a pair for Jussi, right? Is it pair of sixes?
Ooh,
looks
that
like
would be
six.
tough.
I assume that
Jussi
ace
has
king
to
for
win, right?
Ibrahim, yeah. Yes. It's Jussi's pot. Pair.
Sixes, you're right. Very nice. Good read. Lovely pot there for Jussi, and you were spot on with both hands actually. Well played, sir. That's excellent detective work.
You're a lucky man, my friend.
We have seen a few flops and some
yeah. Years of
games being
experience.
played. Now it was quite obvious that Ibrahim most likely had ace king or possibly even ace queen, but ace king when he's doing this
shove,
isolation, that
Yeah.
it was brave from Jussi to actually call in that situation. But
Recognize
I
that.
guess he also understood that, hey, this guy have ace king, right? So he's still ahead, right? And yeah.
Can actually be in very good shape if
Depends on Munir's hand, of course, but
yes, exactly. If they clash with Munir.
yeah, but if he understands that Ibrahim have an ace king, which he apparently did, then like with 1.7, no more money at risk, it's kind of quite good. It's quite okay-ish. Of course, it's a gamble, but.
It's always a gamble in a game like this, though. You've just got to gamble as well as you can, if you know what.
Yeah, pick the right spots.
It reminds me of some of the games I've played in Tallinn with Franke, right, where he's playing 100% VPIP, pop, and you just have to pick your hand, cling on, and don't back down, and just live by the sword, die by it.
Exactly. Now we can continue with our guessing game. This was quite fun.
Yes, because you did last time. Now we have to guess everyone's hand.
Well, maybe we can wait until the act.
Yeah, that would be a bit better, just to get a little.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah.
Anton's been, very quiet for a long time. Maybe he picks something up now in the later stages of this stream. Yeah, 3 bets to 600, right? With only 800 behind.
That's right. Yeah, so it looks pretty strong. To think of a bluff here. Yeah? Alan's got 450 to call. Also kind of committing his entire stack because Anton is essentially saying that he's all in 0.4k here. Yeah?
Jag drar. Jag drar. Dubbla. Monster. Kolla nu, har du dubbla eller har du bara en?
Yeah, heads up now and talking a little bit in Swedish on what we have.
Jag spelar mycket poker med syrianer. Jag är inte
Okay.
Jag har syriannöten. Den håller inte så jävla bra just nu.
Looks like we might see a fold here.
Yeah, that was what the body language was saying.
Yeah.
Frågan om jag står på högt. Det gör jag inte. Har du flushdraget? Jag har inte så mycket så frågar. Har du flushdraget?
Har du sparat?
Den har du.
But he's losing out on as much TV time as he can get. We're never going to see what they had.
No, I think actually Alan had King Jack. So got
overcards on the
two
gut
overcards. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I spotted a 9 for Anton. Maybe I had a set. I don't know.
I think he showed the nades, so he might have had some kind of like pair plus flush draw type hand. Either that or 10-9 or a set.
Yeah, I think that's the hand that will conclude the stream for tonight. And it's been a real pleasure, George, to have you on board for this cash game stream. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at 1:30 local time, or maybe even 2 p.m. local time, because we are on a 30-minute delay, right?
That's right.
Any last words? Any last words from you, George?
Last words?
Summary.
If you're expecting the same. I would say if you're expecting this kind of action tomorrow, maybe a bit more realistic. But I'm looking forward to changing the pace a little bit with the tournaments. It's going to be a little bit serious, and it's been nice to kick off the weekend with a bit of fun with the cash. But you know, it's going to be big money up top, and looking forward to seeing who's going to take down the first of its kind, I believe, right? The inaugural No Filter series event. So, join us for that one tomorrow, and thanks very much, Krista, for joining me. And that's going to be all from us.